Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to make some in-room announcements before we officially start the meeting at 2 p.m. For those of you that are in the room, due to the building's low internet bandwidth, we ask that you do not connect to the auditorium's Wi-Fi. Please either use your mobile data or mobile hotspot. Additionally, if you will be following along on Zoom, please ensure your device speakers and microphones are muted. The restrooms are located by the elevators down the hall. Turn left outside the auditorium doors. You will see the men's restroom on your right. And if you continue past the elevators, you'll see the women's restroom also on your right. With the exception of water, food and drinks are not allowed in the auditorium. In-person participants who prefer to participate in Spanish can obtain headsets from our interpretation table located just behind the registration table as you enter the door. To ensure our in-person participants can hear today's presentations, we do have headsets in the back of the room that are connected to the English audio as well. Please note that the in-room audio here is just our voices. So we do ask for those presenters and everyone that will be presenting or speaking to project your voices, please. And if you cannot hear, please feel free to grab a headset. A staff person will assist you. We have Lauren in the back to assist you with any registration or headset interpretation equipment needs. So that's it for the in-room announcements. Please stand by and we will begin the meeting at 2. Thank you. Oh, sorry, Heidi. Heidi, would you please go ahead and repeat the instructions in Spanish, please? We have Heidi and Leticia joining us today for our interpretation services.
Of course, thank you. Buenas tardes. Estaremos proporcionando información en relación a las pautas de la sesión del día de hoy. Para aquellos que se encuentran en esta aula o en este espacio, dado por la corta accesibilidad de Internet, les pedimos que por favor no se conecten a el Wi-Fi de las instalaciones, sino simplemente utilicen sus datos móviles o su hotspot. Adicionalmente, también puede dar seguimiento a través de Zoom. Asegúrese que por favor tenga apagado el micrófono. Los bebederos y los baños están ubicados por donde están los ascensores o elevadores, hacia el pasillo, hacia la izquierda de las puertas del auditorio. Y usted va a ver ahí el baño de los hombres a la derecha y continúa, pasa a los elevadores y puede ver también ahí el baño de las mujeres a la derecha. Con la excepción del agua, hay comida. Con la excepción del agua, la comida y las bebidas no son permisibles en el auditorio. Los participantes en persona que prefieran participar en español pueden obtener un recibidor para poder tener acceso a la interpretación, y esto lo tenemos en la mesa ubicada en la parte trasera del espacio del salón. Y adición a esto, para asegurar que las personas participantes, los que están ahí en persona, puedan escuchar toda la presentación, tenemos también unos audífonos en la parte de atrás del espacio para conectarles en Zoom y puedan escuchar en inglés de la misma manera. Asegúrese que pueda conectar con alguien aquí del personal para poder asistirle. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have folks joining us for today's Board of Environmental Safety meeting. We are admitting people from the waiting room to join virtually on today's meeting. So we will get started in 1 minute. Thank you.
Buenas tardes, estamos esperando que admitan a las personas que están por incorporarse a la sesión. Vamos a comenzar en un momento, gracias.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for joining us today for the Board of Environmental Safety meeting. I'm Courtney Bailey, your board specialist and today's board clerk. Today, we are joined by the following Board of Environmental Safety staff persons, both in person and remotely on Zoom. Swati Sharma, Executive Officer, Shayna Avila, Staff Engineer, Sheena Brooks, Operations and Outreach Manager, Lauren Chandler, our Ombudsperson, Greg Forrest, Board Counsel, Evelyn Nuno, Board Specialist, Linda Ocampo, Senior Staff Engineer, Firdos Permirza, Environmental Program Manager, and Marcus Raymond, Senior Environmental Scientist. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded. Your continued participation is acknowledgement that you're being recorded. Today is April 24th, 2025 at 2:01 p.m. and the meeting is now called to order.
Thank you very much, Courtney. Please call the roll.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. Member Bhatia? Member Brostrom?
Here.
Member Gomez?
Here.
Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker?
Here.
And Chair Rakestraw?
Here.
All members are present and a quorum is established.
Thank you, Courtney. Board Member Brostrom will be attending this meeting remotely. And in accordance with the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Law, Board Member Brostrom is required to visibly appear on camera during the meeting. Member Brostrom, can you please confirm whether there are any other individuals 18 years of age or older present with you in the room?
Are not.
Thank you, everyone. Courtney, please continue with the meeting logistics.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. Next slide, please. I will now review some logistical items. Today's hybrid meeting is being held both in person and remotely via phone and Zoom. For those joining us on Zoom, please select either English or Spanish as your preferred language option by clicking the interpretation icon located at the bottom of your Zoom toolbar. If you don't see the icon, you may need to update your Zoom application. Next slide. If anyone experiences connectivity issues with Zoom, you can call in for either English or Spanish. The phone numbers are provided to you now on the slide. They will also be provided to you via the Zoom chat and also posted to our website. Next slide. Agenda times may fluctuate to accommodate agenda items. Meeting materials are available on the registration table at the entrance of the room. They can also be found on our website at bes.dtsc.ca.gov/next-meeting. To protect everyone's virtual space and networks, the Q&A function will serve as our chat feature. It will be used for individuals that are experiencing technical difficulties or unable to make verbal comments. Please begin your comment with "please read aloud" if you wish to have your comment read out loud during a public comment session. To ensure that all board members are fully present and focused on today's presentations and discussions, they are not reading or following along in the chat or Q&A. All participants will remain muted until a Zoom host unmutes them once recognized. Only presenters' videos and screens will be shared. For agenda item number 8, the Hazardous Waste Management Plan hearing number 2, which is scheduled to begin at approximately 5 p.m., we will be utilizing a numbered card system to facilitate the public comment period for our in-person commenters. Thank you to those who did sign up in advance. At this time, I would like to poll our participants that are here in person to see if anyone does plan to comment on agenda item 8, the Hazardous Waste Management Plan hearing. For those in person, please raise your hand now if you plan to comment during that time. 3, thank you so much. If you have not received a numbered card, please keep your hands raised and Evelyn will come around and make sure that you received a numbered card. Okay, Perfect, thank you. This is the order in which we will hear comments when we get to this agenda item. So hang on to your card for the duration of the meeting. And now I'm going to turn to Zoom for those joining us via Zoom. If you plan to comment on agenda item number 8, the Hazardous Waste Management Plan hearing, please raise your virtual hand now or press *9 on your phone, just so we can get an idea of how many speakers want to comment virtually. Okay. I'll just give it just a moment to give folks an opportunity to raise their hands if you want to comment on agenda item number 8. Okay, I see 2. Great, wonderful, thank you. And we'll now go ahead 3. Wonderful. And we will definitely check back in with everyone when we get to agenda item number 8. We're just trying to get an idea of how many speakers on this item. So thank you so much for that. Our public forum for items not on the agenda, agenda item number 6, will be held at approximately 3:45 p.m. If you would like to express your comment in writing, you may submit your comment via email to bes.bes.dtsc.ca.gov. That concludes the introductory review for today's meeting, and I will now hand it over to Chair Rakestraw for agenda item number 2.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Courtney, and welcome to the Board of Environmental Safety meeting. I'll start with a few opening remarks introducing myself and my background. This is my first Board of Environmental Safety meeting as chair. I'd like to first thank the board's staff, the board members, DTSC, and the public for the warm welcome to date. I'd also like to thank Governor Newsom and his team for appointing me and placing their trust in me in this critical role. I'll start by recognizing also that I'm building on over 3 years of work led by the previous chair, Jeannie Rizzo. I owe a debt to her, my fellow board members, and BES and DTSC staff for all their hard work to date. As for me, I'm originally from the Seattle area. I currently now live in the East Bay, not too far from where we're sitting right now, with my wife and 2 young kids. I graduated from the University of Washington from undergrad and law school at the University of California, San Francisco Law School, or what's formerly known as UC Hastings, where I focused my studies on environmental law. I spent then 12 years in Washington, DC at the US Department of State, where I held roles in the Climate Change Office, the Office of Special Presidential Envoy John Kerry, as well as the Office of the Legal Advisor. And most recently, I served as the deputy head of delegation of the US delegation to the UN climate change negotiations. So relevant to this role, I have experience as a negotiator where I worked with all stakeholders to ensure that every country takes action to address the climate crisis and avoids the worst impacts on the most vulnerable. As a regulator, where I was the lead US representative on climate change to the International Maritime Organization, which is the UN agency that regulates international shipping. As a lawyer, where I worked on behalf of US citizens with claims against foreign governments, and particularly relevant here as a facilitator or a chair, where I chaired several multi-year negotiations under the Paris Agreement and worked with 197 different countries and all stakeholders to ensure consensus on every single comma of every single negotiated outcome. So my experience to date has taught me a few things. First, how to truly listen to all stakeholders. Second, the importance of a transparent, inclusive, efficient, and clear process. Third, the critical importance of being guided by science. Fourth, how to resolve complicated, consequential issues with profound impacts on local communities. And finally, how to understand interests, not just positions. That said, I'm approaching this role with humility, and since my background is not in toxic substances, I have a lot to learn. I'm also cognizant of the history that led to the passage of SB 158 and SB 158's mandate for this board to represent the general public interest and act to protect public health and reduce risks of toxic exposure, with a particular focus on disproportionately burdened and vulnerable communities. I'm deeply committed to this mandate. I'm eager to get to know and meet all stakeholders, including all of you in this room and on Zoom, and I'm very open to feedback. and that includes from the public, board members, staff here, as well as the regulated community. So thank you for this opportunity to help safeguard Californians from toxic substances. Pivoting to today's agenda, we will start with board business to discuss and possibly approve the meeting minutes from the last meeting. DTSC will then present on supplemental environmental projects. We'll then hear an update from Executive Officer Sharma on the proposed metrics for the Hazardous Waste Management Program. At around 3:45 p.m., we'll have our public forum where we will open the floor for items that are not otherwise on today's agenda. We'll then take a break at around 4:20 p.m. and reconvene at 5 to begin agenda item number 8 on the DTSC's Hazardous Waste Management Plan. So I'll now turn it over to Vice Chair Hacker to provide us with a permit appeal update.
Indeed. Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. I'm making mention that since DTSC had issued a final permit decision for the FiberTech facility in Los Angeles County on February 28th, the board has, in the timeliness established by our regs, received 2 appeals of that decision, one from the facility operator and the other from an organization known as Neighbors Against FiberTech. More information on those pending appeals is available on our website. And if you have questions, our counsel, Greg Forrest, is here and you can chat with him at your convenience. So back to Chair Rakestraw.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hacker. We'll now move to board business to discuss and consider approving the meeting minutes from our March 19th and March 20th, 2025 board meeting in Fresno. I have a motion to approve the March 19th and March 20th, 2025 meeting minutes.
I so move.
Is there any board?
I'll second.
Oh, sorry. Thank you. Is there any board discussion? Courtney, will you call the vote?
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. Member Bhatia?
Yeah.
Member Brostrom?
Aye.
Member Gomez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Strashacker?
Yes.
Chair Rakestraw?
I abstained from this. I wasn't there.
Thank you. We have 4 yeses and 1 abstention, so the motion passes and will be posted to our website in the coming days for the March 19th and March 20th meeting minutes. Thank you, Chair Rakestraw.
Thank you, Courtney. We'll now move to agenda item number 4, where we will receive a presentation from DTSC staff on supplemental environmental projects, also referred to as SEPs. Presenting to us today is Enforcement and Emergency Response Division Manager, Maria Soria, Associate Governmental Program Analyst, Radiva Cousin, and Environmental Program Manager, April Rani.
Yes. Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Maria Soria, and I manage the Enforcement and Emergency Response Division at DTSC. I'm joined today by April Rani, who oversees the Berkeley Clovis Enforcement Branch. April is the lead for our Supplemental Environmental Project Program, thank you, commonly known as the SEP program. We'll be using the SEP acronym throughout the presentation today. I'm also joined by our SEP coordinator, Gradiva Cousin. We're delighted to be here at the Board of Environmental Safety meeting to speak on DTSC's SEP program. For today's agenda, I'll be sharing an introduction to SEPs, describing what SEPs are and why we do them. Our SEP coordinator, Gradiva Cousin, will describe the steps in the SEP process at DTSC. And our SEP program manager, April Rani, will share several examples of SEPs that have been completed or are in progress. Following this, I will describe a recent addition in DTSC SEP options, resulting from an MOU between DTSC and the Rose Foundation for Communities and the Environment. We also look forward to questions after our brief presentation. So what is a SEP? SEPs are environmental projects that are funded by DTSC enforcement settlements. Every day, DTSC works to enforce California's environmental laws. This enforcement can lead to a company or, in rare instances, a local government agency paying a financial penalty for breaking our laws. Some of these companies or agencies that are interested in furthering their stewardship participate in SEPs. As part of a legal settlement, the violating company or local agency may have the option to apply up to 50% of its penalty towards a SEP. This amount is allowed under the California Public Resources Code. Why is a SEP optional for the violator, one may ask? Funding a SEP is a voluntary option because in October of 2015, Assembly Bill 1071 was passed into law, and it defines a SEP as an environmentally beneficial project that a person subject to an enforcement action voluntarily agrees to undertake in a settlement of the action. DTSC SEPs help reduce the impact of hazardous waste on California's environment and communities. SEP projects can be awarded to nonprofit organizations, local or regional government entities, or tribal governments. A SEP project can also be performed by the company or local agency responsible for the violations with careful oversight by DTSC. Why are SEPs important and why do we encourage enforcement settlements to include them? DTSC's enforcement response policy recognizes the need to integrate environmental justice in our program activities and our decisions so that we protect California's most vulnerable and environmentally burdened communities. We consider SEPs to be important tools to advance these goals. SEPs can provide environmental and public health benefits in disadvantaged California communities that are disproportionately impacted by the violation. And SEPs can also enhance relations between DTSC and the communities affected by environmental violations. The photo on the right shows an example of the benefits of a SEP. In this $30,000 project, the Environmental Health Coalition conducted lead assessment, education, and abatement in low-income homes. Lead exposure can cause permanent brain damage and other serious health problems in children. Lead remediation projects such as this one protect children and other vulnerable individuals from illness and health effects. DTSC's SEP work is governed by our SEP policy, which can be found on our website. The picture on the right is the first page of the policy. The policy prioritizes environmental justice and reducing harm to communities impacted by the violation. The policy also defines the types of projects that are eligible to receive SEP funding. I'm happy to share that we are updating the SEP policy, and it will include other programs in DTSC so that they too can use this policy. SEPs are also integral to DTSC strategic plans and priorities. The 2024-2025 Director's Priorities call for DTSC to expand opportunities for SEPs. And our DTSC enforcement strategic plan includes an objective to serve impacted communities through grants funded by penalties from enforcement. As we advance this strategic plan, we are also building a path for other programs in DTSC to have the ability to include SEPs in their enforcement processes. I now invite Gradiva Cousin to speak to the SEP process application.
Thank you. Hi, can everybody hear me okay? I'm Gradiva Cousin. I'm an analyst in the Enforcement and Emergency Response Division here in Berkeley. So welcome to our home. And I am going to walk through the steps in the DTSC SEP process from start to finish. So the first step is application and eligibility. Nonprofits, governments, or tribal entities can submit a project proposal online on the Cal EPA website. And there's a screenshot showing the Cal EPA SEP proposal form. This is a brief application requiring basic information about the applicant and a description of the project. Applications can be submitted at any time. There are no opening or closing dates for this application. On this application, the applicant, as you can see in the screenshot below, selects what environmental issue is addressed by the project. If the applicant selects hazardous waste, then their application is routed to DTSC for consideration. DTSC reviews and determines if the project is eligible to receive SEP funding based on our policy and based on Cal EPA's SEP guidance. We will check that the topics addressed in the project meet the policy requirements and that the project is described sufficiently so we can understand if it meets the policies. We also verify the applicant's 501c3 status if applicable. If approved, DTSC adds the project to the eligible SEP list on our website, and the second screenshot shows the list of eligible SEPs eligible for funding. This is downloadable on DTSC's website. Being approved and added to this list only means that a project is eligible to receive funding. It does not guarantee funding or guarantee any timing for funding. The next step in the process is settlement and payment. When a DTSC enforcement leads to a penalty, a violator may choose or propose a SEP project during the settlement process. Not all settlements include a SEP payment. The violating company is not required to choose to fund a SEP. Penalties that don't fund SEPs go toward other environmental cleanup across the state. When the SEP payment is made, the payment goes directly from the violator to the SEP implementer, and DTSC verifies that payment. The last and most awesome part of the process is the implementation of the project. And there's a couple images on the screen showing examples of a project in process. DTSC and the SEP recipient both sign an agreement in which the project scope and budget is further defined. So this agreement is more detailed than the original application and includes timeline, budget, and reporting requirements. The SEP recipient is responsible for performing the project and sending progress and completion reports. And DTSC oversees the project to make sure it's completed in accordance with the agreement. And I forgot to mention there's a screenshot showing just a typical template of our of that SEP recipient agreement, in case you can't see it. I know it's kind of small. So that reaches the conclusion of the SEP process from start to finish. And I will hand the mic to April to describe some examples of SEP projects.
Okay, so I'm April Ranney, the branch chief for the Berkeley Clovis branch of DTSC's Enforcement and Emergency Response Division. I am in charge of the SEP program and oversee its implementation. And I'm happy to share a few examples of SEPs that we've had funded. They are completed, in progress, or soon to begin. So starting with a SEP from Inyo County, California, this enforcement case included a $7,000 SEP award. The SEP funded the Bishop Paiute tribe to purchase a covered single axle utility trailer to store, secure, and mobilize oil spill response supplies and equipment, as well as purchase those oil spill supplies and equipment. This is an example of a SEP example of using a SEP to directly support emergency response needs for a community. So the next example is a tongue twister for me. Watsonville Wetlands Watch is a California nonprofit that received $676 in a SEP funding as a result of a DTSC enforcement case with the city of Watsonville. Watsonville Wetlands Watch is an organization that educates kids, restores habitats, and preserves existing wetlands. This project included wetland habitat enhancement, wetland cleanup, and waste management education for youth and community members. So the project specifically educated folks on household hazardous waste like batteries, aerosol cans, used oil. Household hazardous waste is the most common type of waste that folks are going to come into contact with, so it's important that we ensure it's properly disposed of. This SEP project included an educational component as well as directly cleaning up and reducing the presence of hazardous waste in the local environment. This SEP, titled Battery Collection and Promotion, was performed by the California Product Stewardship Council. The council provides support for waste prevention, material recovery, and policies where producers share the responsible for managing products at the end of their life. This was a $41,075 project in which the California Product Stewardship Council expanded the network of safe battery disposal boxes and provided extensive public outreach to increase public awareness of safe battery disposal and the hazards of improper disposal. This SEP was negotiated in a settlement between DTSC and SA Recycling Terminal Island, which is a metal shredding facility. Here's an example of a project from California's nonprofit Save the Bay. They received $16,250 to fund tidal marsh, transition zone, habitat restoration and enhancement, incorporating student and community restoration and education programs at Martin Luther King Jr. Regional Shoreline Damon Slough, which is located in San Leandro Bay. This project was funded through the efforts of DTSC in a settlement with Delta Scrap and Salvage, which is a metal recycler located in Oakley, California. Here's an example of a larger SEP that was recently funded. So this project was funded at the end of March 2025, so really recently. The SEP was funded through a settlement reached by DTSC and the City of Oakland Fire Department. The nonprofit Rose Foundation for Communities and the Environment received $298,720 for its project, New Voices Are Rising, Green Teams, Clean Streams. This project will educate youth from heavily impacted neighborhoods about toxic threats to water quality. It will include monitoring water quality, conducting audits at their own homes, and intensive training on toxic household products and their impacts, and also hands-on restoration activities. And the last example I'm going to provide is a project that was recently settled. California School-Based Health Alliance will receive $75,000 from Atlas Iron and Metal for its SEP called Jordan High School Student Advisory Board. California School-Based Health Alliance is a nonprofit that helps to put more health services in schools. In this project, the nonprofit will work with the youth at high school immediately adjacent to Atlas Iron and Metal to develop a youth leadership and student advisory board. It will support community-based community clinic with a campaign to increase health screening and health education. So this project will provide community understanding of environmental health concerns and enhance health education, health literacy, and access to clinical services for students and the local community of Jordan High School. So I hope these examples have shown the variety of steps that we have funded and the impact of these steps. Now I'm going to pass it back to Maria, who's going to discuss a recent exciting addition to our project.
Thank you, April. April just mentioned the Rose Foundation. So recently in October of 2024, DTSC signed a Memorandum of Understanding, or an MOU, with the Rose Foundation for Communities and the Environment. The Rose Foundation is a nonprofit with experience and expertise in marketing to nonprofits, spreading the word about grant availability, funding grants, and oversight of grants. The new MOU establishes a fund called the Environmental Justice for California's Environment and Communities Fund. It's quite a mouthful. That's why we refer to it as EJCEC Fund for short. Under the terms of this MOU, DTSC will be able to utilize the Rose Foundation's expertise in finding groups eligible for SEP funding and in overseeing the implementation of the SEP. This new option creates a simplified process for some DTSC SEPs. However, this does not replace DTSC's pre-existing process for reviewing SEP proposals submitted to us or for the violating company to present their own SEP proposal. So what is the Rose Foundation EJCEC process? A violator can choose to put up to 50% of their penalty into this fund. The Rose Foundation gathers these funds and distributes them as grants to nonprofits for projects in communities impacted by the violations. All SEPs that are funded by this process will still be compliant with DTSC's SEP policy. The Rose Foundation performs the project oversight and provides reporting to DTSC in alignment with our MOU. This agreement will allow for a more traditional grant-making process that is more familiar to nonprofits, with standard timelines and rounds of funding. It will also provide the ability to combine several small SEPs to fund a single larger SEP, or vice versa. The last item I would like to share is this graph of the number of SEPs awarded since 2019. Information is from both my division, the Enforcement and Emergency Response Division, and from the Office of Criminal Investigations, who also conduct administrative and civil enforcement. The green bars show the number of SEPs projects funded each year since 2019. And the brown line is the sum of money collected for SEPs each year from enforcement settlements. Over the last 2 years, we have made concerted efforts to incorporate SEPs as part of our enforcement process. So far this year, our enforcement cases have funded 12 SEPs to the tune of nearly $1 million. So I welcome you and our audience to visit our SEP webpage for more information. So this concludes our SEP presentation, and I'm very appreciative that you're all here to listen to the great work that we're all doing with SEPs, and to expect even more greater work to be conducted on SEPs as enforcement makes its way and weaves its way into everything that the department is doing. Thank you.
And become grants. Can they do that in sort of the bookkeeping world of DTSC fairly seamlessly, or does that really pertain to your new EJCEC fund?
That pertains to that new EJCEC funding, where they'll be awarded grants.
And when would that become available to people participating in the process?
Oh, it's available now.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. So as long as we have a settlement that's been reached where there's a SEP opportunity for them to actually do a SEP, this will be an option for them to write into.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
And then secondly, in the SEP policy, it's been a while since I looked at it. Is there an obligation for there to be nexus between the project and the SEP, between the violation and the SEP, or
Absolutely.
the affected community?
Yes, that nexus still remains. That
Okay.
hasn't changed.
Thank you.
Other board members?
Thank you. You're welcome.
You've already educated a few of us on steps behind the scenes, so really appreciative of you coming here. The way I see steps is that there's a demand and a supply, where you're looking at all of the funding that's available from violators, and then you're looking to match that with the funding requests coming in. So could you help us understand where there might be a mismatch, as in are you in a situation today, before this new STEP program and the Rose Foundation MOU ramps up, do you have more violators choosing steps as a way to work with DTSC and support the community, or do you have more projects that are pending funding?
We actually have more projects that are pending funding than we are getting than settlements that we are having where there's an opportunity for there to be a SEP. Yes. But we are definitely working quite intensively internally to make sure that our staff are talking about SEPs during enforcement case settlements. We revamped our website, so that has a lot of information there as well for potential violators to go in and take a look at what we have present. But yeah, we haven't reached that equilibrium yet.
Can you give us a sense of the order of magnitude difference between the demand and the supply?
That's a good question.
I want to say some of it is about the numbers as much as there's also a question of the nexus, right? Like if there's a violation in a certain county with a certain, waste, we want and require by our policy the SEP recipient to match that. So we know we need not only the sort of number of applicants and the number of eligible SEPs on our list, which I think currently is about 35, just guessing, something like that. We want that number to be high, but we also need it to have kind of a geographic diversity and, ideally a variety of appropriate projects that can match up with the violation that's being settled. And since we don't know in advance what those violations will be or how they'll settle, it's kind of advisable, I would say, for us to have a larger number of projects on our list than we necessarily can award every year. But it is a strange structure that way. But in terms of order of magnitude, I think our total number on our list is in the mid 30s, and number of settlements per year probably also in the mid 30s. Okay, sorry, 50 to 60. So that's the scale we're talking about.
So in general, you're sorry.
The folks on Zoom are saying they can't hear you. Also, please speak up.
Can I take the mic up? That might be easier.
In general, is your hypothesis then that outreach is what is required to drive up the supply?
Yes. So we've been focusing internally on our process to improve the number of SEPs that are getting funded before we reach out and do the outreach to the communities to get more SEP projects submitted, because we didn't want to burden the communities and the groups with trying to fund those, get those applications submitted and then not be funding any SEPs. So we've been, like Maria said, working on multiple steps within internally. So now that we've gotten most of those things completed and ready, we're working towards being able to do outreach and going into the communities and talking to people about submitting SEPs.
Thank you.
Member Brostrom has had her hand raised. I'll turn to Member Brostrom over to you.
Thanks. I had a couple of questions. The first one is, I think I heard in your presentation that if the settlements don't go to a SEP, they generally go to cleanup funds in the state. And so I'm wondering if there's any concerns or what might happen if we do see an expected increase in SEPs, which, I agree we need to encourage, whether that will create any deficits in the orphan cleanup fund or any of the other cleanup funds that we should also be aware of.
I would expect for there to be maybe minimal impact, I would say, to the cleanup. Oh, is that better? Okay. Sure. So as I was saying, that I would expect the impact to be minimal. On average, anywhere from $1.5 to maybe $3 million go into this cleanup fund every year. And so if we start seeing a decrease in the fund,
of course, it may impact a few cleanup sites. I mean, because these cleanup sites, right, sometimes can run into the millions of dollars. But hopefully, like I said earlier, we haven't reached that equilibrium yet, so I wouldn't expect that number to change drastically the next few years.
Great. And then my next question is, I think I've heard in the past that one of the barriers to maybe more use of the SEP program is that it increases the oversight time with a violator, so that there would be like a longer time to a return to compliance. Is having the MOU with the Rose Foundation, does that streamline that process whereby the violator is, they have met their duty as soon as they provide the funds to the Rose Foundation, and so is it addressing that concern?
So kind of I'll just speak to that, and there's like there's two things I want to say to that. So when we're talking about compliance, we're not talking about compliance with violations or returning to compliance. So when we're talking about this, we're talking about compliance with their order that they signed as a part of their settlement. So their settlement will include, you have to pay this SEP, and then you have to make sure that SEP is completed. And so that is a barrier for facilities, because they don't want that sort of on them and a length of time. They just kind of want to move on from, and move forward. So the Rose Foundation will help with that, because once they put the money into the fund, their sort of oversight ends, and we have oversight with the Rose Foundation. But yeah, so that should help with resolving. That's one of the major benefits of this.
Great. I just have two quick other questions. One is, I saw in the SEP form that, people that wanted to apply for a SEP, they had to check a box for hazardous waste. Is there flexibility in amongst the BDOs in terms of air quality issue, water quality, so that, somebody who's under DTSC's authority could fund a project for one of these other, environmental media?
So I would say that it's kind of the opposite of that. So if you are intending to submit a SEP, pick as many boxes as applies to your project. So for example, the wetlands remediation might also apply to the water board. So you might want to work water as an option, because then you're going to be on 2 SEP lists for 2 agencies and be considered for more settlements as applies. So we can't go to the water board's list and use theirs, but the water board could use that to fund theirs. So you have more opportunities for your application getting funded when you select more sort of BDO sort of criteria.
Thank you. And finally, just in terms of the process for the BDOs or the recipients, some of those funding amounts seem rather, they're smaller amounts. I'm just wondering in terms of like what the burden is for the recipients in terms of, managing the funds and like, sometimes state funds can be a little tedious to manage. And so just wondering what that looks like. And then also whether having the Rose Foundation again as, kind of a go-between or a third party, whether that also alleviates some of those reporting requirements potentially. And then also, does the Rose Foundation make it more flexible with the pooling of resources to have a wider like geographic nexus area?
So we have 2 different SEP recipient forms. So we have like what we would consider our larger project forms and then our smaller project forms. So if it's a smaller dollar project that's going to be completed relatively quickly, we don't want to add a burden to them for report outs and making it's a big deal. So we have a simplified recipient agreement form, which still requires them to tell us what the project is going to do, what its milestones are, what its budget is, but the report out requirements are less in order to like meet that need. And then we have a bigger dollar, sort of bigger project, long-term project form, which is more intense, which requires report out every 6 months. And, we just need to make sure that money is going where it's supposed to go. For the Rose Foundation, I forgot what your second question was, but the third question was, we are going to have, it will be more of a typical grant process for them. And so it will be like, hey, we get all of that money pulled together, and then they do a once a year grant call out to their community members. To the Rose Foundation is very well known within the nonprofit community, so they'll do a call out, take in all the grants they can. And so it's a much more typical grant process that folks are used to, versus this, where you put in a grant and 5 years later we call you up and say, congratulations, right? And so that will help them, and then they will oversee the funding, oversee the project implementation. We do have a geographic nexus built into the Rose Foundation MOU. So even though the money is going to get pooled, it will be utilized in the communities where the impacts are. So we're still complying with, or we're still implementing our set policy, even with the Rose Foundation MOU, because it's really important that the funding from those communities that are impacted go back to those communities for improvement. I don't remember your second question, sorry.
Covered it. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks very much, Board Member Brostrom. Member Gomez, and then I have a couple questions myself.
Yeah, I think one of the questions you kind of got to it, and that was in relation to the relationship with the Rose Foundation. Once the MOU is executed, what that would look like in terms of, are they going to use the money as a grant, like overall grant, or if the nexus was going to be eliminated? So it sounded like it's still part of it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So my follow-up to that is, who in this agreement is taking responsibility to ensure that the communities that might be eligible to these monies are hearing about that opportunity?
The Rose Foundation, they will promote and advertise for when they're ready to do their grant cycle.
Okay.
Which is one of the major benefits, because I'm in enforcement and I don't know all the community members, and I don't do that. We don't do that for like our normal business. And so that's one of the great benefits, is being able to reach people outside of our normal sphere through the Rose Foundation's contacts.
Okay. And that's part of the MOU?
Yeah.
Expectation. Okay. And then maybe can you talk to us a little bit about what happens if there is a settlement in LA or Kettlement, as an example, and there isn't a project, or there isn't an applicant? It sounds like there's outreach. Let's say that there isn't, due to the outreach, there isn't any applicant still. So what happens to those resources?
So if there's no application, okay, for the Rose Foundation, I believe they're going to have 2 years. I haven't looked at the MOU in a while, but I believe they are going to have 2 years. So if they can't find funding in that location 1 year, then the second year, and then they'll look at other nearby locations as close as possible, because some communities are much smaller and don't have as many folks presenting projects. For us, if there's not a project for them to fund, we can look at statewide projects, which will, be able to be utilized across the state for so for an example of that is California Compliance School, which they're trying to build an online courses for generators and transporters and e-waste facilities to provide them with training and resources in order to be able to comply with the law, right? People who want to comply with the law should be able to comply. We should have those tools out there. So for example, that would be a statewide project that might not be going directly back to that community, but it would be available to all the generators in that community to utilize in order to protect that community in the long run. So there's projects like that. But unfortunately, if we can't find a project and we do that outreach, then the facility just won't pay. We'll just pay the penalties and not go into a SEP if we cannot, after all that work, find something for them to fund.
Got it. Okay. And then lastly, when does the Rose Foundation take into effect the management of the SEP?
So they will get the funding. Normally it's within 30 days of the date we sign, the money goes to them. Then they'll put it into a fund and hold on to it. And then once a year, they'll do that grant sort of cycle. And then they'll be managing those projects that get funded. So it'll be a once a year grant funding, but we'll be putting money into that fund throughout the year as the steps are funded.
When will it get signed?
The MOU has been signed.
Oh, the MOU has been signed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you so it is already in effect. It's eligible to receive SEP funds now, the EJCEC fund. Louder? Okay, is this better? Okay. I'm just saying, because I feel like I've heard this question. I just want to make sure that the MOU has been signed. It is currently in effect. So at any time now, in the course of a settlement, money could go into that fund, the EJCEC fund. But that hasn't happened yet. There is not yet money in that fund. So that's the part maybe that you're trying to clarify. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
Sorry.
Ask a couple questions myself. The first is, I'm looking at one of the first slides here, and it says that a SEP can be performed by nonprofit, government, tribal entity, or the violator itself. Are there instances where the violator itself has performed a SEP, and in what circumstances would that even happen if not?
I'm not aware of one. I haven't been in charge when one of those has been funded. We have violators ask about it, but the SEP cannot benefit the facility, right? It needs to go to the community. And so sometimes they'll ask, like, what if we cleaned up our front and put in parking and put in this? No, that's not an acceptable SEP. So once we typically go through that process and discuss what would be an acceptable SEP and what our requirements would be, because it would require a lot of oversight from us to make sure that they're doing it properly. Most tend to choose not to go down that route because it adds a layer of work onto them that they don't really necessarily want to engage in. They would rather, have a community member or the Rose Foundation be able to implement the SEP for them.
Got it. Thanks. And then my second question was on the question of the nexus. So you talked about the thematic and the geographic nexus. Are there other attributes, and on the geographic nexus, how do you define a community, and kind of what, is it a city? Is it countywide? Smaller than that?
We try to go as close as possible, but countywide is typically what we would provide a list of. This county is impacted, but counties are different, right? So LA County is very different from Kern County, right? So we try to get as close as possible to the location, depending on what projects are available.
Thanks. There other board discussion?
I would also add that we want the SEPs to be related to hazardous waste in some way. So not just any sort of project that you submit, it has to have some involvement with hazardous waste, education, cleanup, whatever it might be. So that's another sort of nexus or relationship that we would prefer that, or we want the SEPs to have.
Thank you very much. Thank you, board members. We'll now open the floor for public comments on this particular item. So Courtney, please do so.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. We will now open the floor for public comments regarding agenda item number 4, DTSC Supplemental Environmental Projects presentation. We'll start with our in-room participants first. If anyone would like to comment on this item, please raise your hand. Okay. Seeing none, we will now move to our Zoom participants to see if anyone would like to comment on this agenda item. If so, we ask you please raise your virtual hand or press *9 on your phone. We have 1, 2, 3. Okay, we got 4. Perfect. So we'll go ahead and start in the order in which the hands were raised. So Samuel Brown, we're going to ask you to unmute. Please state your name and affiliation, and you will have 3 minutes to make your comment.
Hi, this is Samuel Brown, and I'm speaking as an individual in one of the communities where the SEP funds were allocated in relation to settlement funds from the violations of the lead battery smelter Quimeco. And, I just wanted to express that I do have some concerns about the Rose Foundation being designated, in the current scope that the Board of Environmental Safety and DTSC have designated for them for the allocation of funds. I think that there needed to be additional community input on that decision, because the Rose Foundation is a relatively unfamiliar organization for those of us that live in the East San Gabriel Valley, but also just because I do have concerns that, they would, allocate or have some sort of decision-making process over the allocation of funds. I know that maybe this is something they specialize in, but there has to be a better process. There has to be a better way for this to be decided, that really centers and prioritizes the voices of people that live in the impacted environmental justice communities, because at the end of the day, these are the residents that have to deal with the consequences and implications of violations, and and they should have some consideration in terms of the settlements. The other thing I wanted to mention is that while these are great proposals, really integrating the local community and making sure that the local community is consulted when there is an allocation of these funds. This is something that will, be very important and, critical moving forward. I have seen SEP funds used in positive ways. And I've also seen a lack of accountability with regards to SEP funds. So I'm not saying it's a broken process altogether. I just think that it needs to be better, and it needs to be done in consultation with, frontline communities, including, communities that have limited English proficiency, that are coming from immigrant backgrounds, and communities that don't have the capacity or the technical capacity to apply for these grants themselves. It would be great to see them participate as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next comment, we're going to go back to Zoom, and Miguel, we're going to go ahead and ask you to unmute. Please accept our invitation and state your name and affiliation. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Miguel Alatorre. I am the executive director of the Unidos Network, a community organization here in Kettleman City. And I was just wondering what process was used to get to the Rose Foundation being the person that's the grantor, which I think, in my opinion, they're more than capacitated to do. I'm just wondering how that happened. And I would say another comment I have is it would be really helpful if we created a forum for community members on the front line to know exactly what SEP funds are, how they should be used, or how they could be used. I apologize, how they could be used, and what decision making goes on in terms of who gets them and why they get them. And I think that'd be really helpful to communities in the rural areas that we serve here with Unidos Network.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, we're going to invite Ivana Castellanos to unmute. Please accept our invitation to unmute. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and affiliation.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Ivana Castellanos, and I'm with Physicians for Social Responsibility, Los Angeles. Thanks so much for the informative presentation. It seems like DTSC is very interested in increasing opportunities for SEPs, and that there is some momentum building around this. And given this, I agree with, I think it was Sam that said that it might be a good point in time to kind of open up a broader conversation and have broader engagement between DTSC, impacted communities, and advocates about the SEP program, the eligibility, the selection process. In particular, I think it's really important to have more discussion around how to strengthen the SEP eligibility criteria, the outreach, and also how the decisions are made about how the settlement funds are used to really ensure that the funded proposals are directly benefiting the impacted communities of the violating facility, and to engage the impacted community, in informing them about, settlements and the program, and really in providing feedback on potential eligible proposals and talking to them about what they might like to see funded in their community with these funds. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next commenter, Rebecca Overmeyer. We're going to ask you to unmute. Please accept our invitation. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and affiliation.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Overmeyer Velasquez, and I coordinate the Clean Air Coalition of North Whittier and Avocado Heights. I am a member of a community that, as Sam pointed out, I noticed that a very large amount of money that was still doled out in 2022, that was the Quemeco SEP, that our community and our organization had was never told at all that there would be a SEP. And then we were told by DTSC that the SEPs were awarded to 2 organizations that have never worked in our community on environmental justice issues, never worked with us, were never part of the conversation at all, and received $500,000 each and let the Quemeco off the hook for half of its fine, total fine. I mean, granted, it gave $1 million to 2 organizations. So, and in the meantime, Quemeco Ecobac continues to pollute our neighborhood. That hasn't stopped. That emissions of lead and arsenic continue to go into our neighborhood, and the SEPs haven't stopped any of that. They haven't protected us. Quemeco Ecobac can say that they've paid all this money to nonprofits. I'm really worried about the greenwashing component of the SEP program and the ways in which these polluters can, literally wash their reputations or in some way by paying money to, well-intentioned organizations that are doing some good work. But where the reason for the violation, the root causes remain unfixed, unattended to, and we continue to suffer the same problems in the community. So I think there's a problem, a bigger problem, and I'm not in a place right now in this at this moment to fix that. But I wanted to register my real concerns. Thanks.
Thank you for your public comments. Next commenter, Brian, we're going to ask you to unmute. Please accept our invitation. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and affiliation.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
My name is Brian Cadena. I'm the Programs Development Director of Unidos Network, and I am a lifelong resident of Kettleman City. Unidos Network is a nonprofit that works towards economic betterment in rural communities like mine, Kettleman City. We are a full 501c3, and I just want to say thank you to the Rose Foundation and for working towards ensuring that SEPs do go towards affected communities. I do want to say Unidos Network has worked towards applying towards many SEPs, so we have submitted many SEPs, and all our SEPs are centered in community discussion. So we took all our communities' residents' input and created these SEPs. And if we get accepted, we look forward to making sure that those funds do get appropriated to the community in a real meaningful way.
Thank you so much for your comment. Next commenter, Angela, we will be asking you to unmute. Please accept our invitation. Please state your name and affiliation. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. This is Angela Johnson-Mazzaros. I am with Earth Justice, and I wanted to make 3 points about the SEP process here. So I'm going to note there's a separate question about SEPs as they're related to a metrics for the enforcement department, which is very important, but I won't talk about here. The second thing that I will note is that there is the picture that has been presented today as SEPs as an important way to support impacted communities. And to the extent there is funding that can support communities, that's an important and noble goal. And there are some real breakdowns in how DTSC has been distributing these funds. Rebecca talked about what happened in the community that has been impacted by Quemeco's operations. And the reality is that if you have a breakdown between community engagement and involvement in the decision-making about where SEPs go, and the decision to provide SEPs, you can cause more harm than good. You can have an outcome that means the community gets less protection than it may have otherwise. And that is deeply problematic. The third point that I want to make here is that I believe that there is a very deep misunderstanding about SEPs and how they work. So I think what I heard was a statement that SEPs can't be used to benefit the facility. And I think that's just factually and legally not true. I think that's reflected in DTSC's policy. What a SEP can't do is be used to fund an activity that the facility was required to do anyway. But SEPs are quite regularly used outside of the DTSC context to fund reductions that a facility is not obligated to do. So for example, we worked with a facility that was surrounded by a dirt field where they parked their trucks, and every time they did that, it created a lot of dust. And in a settlement, they paved that at the request of the community, and it immediately reduced emissions that were occurring and impacting the surrounding community, but there wasn't a legal obligation for them to conduct that kind of paving. It's really important that we get this right, because there are all kinds of emissions that come from facilities that are not being addressed, and they ought to be addressed. And when you're giving $1.3 million in SEPs, you should be reducing impacts in the impacted communities.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, we're going to invite Jodine Isaacs to unmute. Please accept our invitation. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and affiliation.
This is Jodine Isaacs, Director Grant Managing for the Rose Foundation. I just wanted to make a clarification about the MOU. So the flexibility of using Rose as the vehicle allows the nexus to be maintained for sure. But I wanted to clarify that although Rose is the vehicle that will be going out and soliciting proposals, we will be making recommendations that will need to be approved ultimately by DTSC. So this is just to respond to an earlier commenter and for everybody else to understand that Rose ultimately is only recommending with DTSC's approval. And the other thing I wanted to mention is that in publicizing the Rose's fund and the opportunity, I don't think it doesn't preclude people that are already on the SEP list to apply to Rose. Should there be money associated with a certain enforcement action, they could still have their ongoing project on the SEP list, but apply for a different opportunity, perhaps a different geographic area. So that there's a flexibility of applying on the spot on an annual basis as things come up, and allowing people to meet the geographic nexus in a particular case. And to that end, I just want to publicize that anybody can sign up at our website to receive our grant alerts. So we hope that DTSC publicizes that on our webpage under Apply for Grant and Grantee Resources, there's a place where anybody could sign up, any organization could sign up and indicate what type of grant opportunities they want to know about. So when we ultimately do get funded, hopefully through the EJ Fund, that we will then be building the list of groups and communities that get notice of our annual grant making. That's all.
Thank you for your comments and information. Next commenter, we're going to invite Daniel Telementes to unmute. Please accept our invitation. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and affiliation.
Hi, I'm Daniel Talamantes. I'm with Clean Air Coalition. I don't have much to add. I want to dovetail and second much of what Sam Well said, what Angela, Rebecca, and Ivana have stated. But I also want to just kind of use this moment to acknowledge that this kind of working with Rose Foundation's MOUO is something symbolic of the way that it's being a type of shirking a responsibility, it seems, in this inability to reach out to the communities that are, facing a majority of these violations. And so I also didn't see in there how much the how much would, like, the percentage of the funds would go to the Rose Foundation as well. I didn't see any information on that. I believe looking at a memo a while back, there was something about 10% if it was $500,000 or something of that nature. So I didn't see any transparency around how much the Rose Foundation would be making off of it. And also, just as a kind of another question, there's not much information on looking at or what the status, looking at the metrics of what the status of the either the grants or the SEPs would be. So, like, what makes one finalized, what makes one in process or ongoing?
Thank you for your comments. I'm going to check in with Heidi and Leticia to just check if there are any participants that wish to speak in the Spanish room. If you could please message me via Zoom and let me know, that would be great. We also have received 2 comments in writing to read out loud. So I'm going to start with the first one now from Christina Walsh. How will you hold accountable polluters like Boeing and Santa Susana Field Lab, where a promised cleanup signed in 2007 is still waiting to begin? Every time we turn around, a new runaround begins with no real progress, and children continue to die from cancer in our community. When will we, as stakeholders, be treated with the respect we deserve? Instead of being a profit center for federal contractors making billions on our backs, DTSC is supposed to protect us, not the polluter. They do not help when the consent orders are not followed by DTSC. The second comment received in writing comes from Deja Macaulay. I really appreciate the intention of the SEPs, but I'm wondering if there is room to improve the SEP process. Does DTSC provide guidelines for SEPs to ensure that funded proposals are directly benefiting the communities impacted by the violating facility? How are impacted communities engaged throughout the SEP process? It would be great if SEPs directly addressed pollution reduction at the site affecting the surrounding communities, and I would love to see a SEP process that directly addresses community issues and priorities for improving their health and their neighborhoods. Thank you both for your comments. And just verifying we didn't have any comments in Spanish. Thank you, Heidi. So that concludes the public comment portion for agenda item number 4. Chair Rakestraw, back to you.
Thank you very much, Courtney. DTSC staff, would you like to respond? There were several comments and a few pointed questions that I imagine you might want to respond to right now.
There sure were, but I wasn't taking notes. But what I wanted to say was that I definitely appreciate the comments today that are being given and made. And that Godiva, April, and I will commit to meeting with any of the commenters that would like to have a meeting with us. Towards the back of the slides, there is an email. We would appreciate if you could just send us an email with your contact information, and we will get back to you. And if in case you don't have those slides, the email address is DTSC_SEP as in Paul at dtsc.ca.gov. Thank you. Did you want to say it?
I'll say that we consider the STEP process to be one of a continuous improvement. So wherever we can make improvements, we are definitely looking forward towards that for both for the community, for our facilities, and for DTSC. And so anything we can do to keep improving our process is our goal. So the feedback that, if you reach out to us, we are serious about making improvements in that process and making sure the funds are going towards benefiting the folks impacted by violations. I have forgotten all the other comments. I'm so sorry. We'll get back to you guys. Maria's got something.
Just one more thing. We are updating our SEP policy. At some point, we will be publicizing it for public comment, and that would be another opportunity for all of you to provide us with your feedback, suggestions, etc. I don't have a timeline for that yet, but once we're ready, maybe we can have an opportunity at one of these board meetings to go ahead and make that public as well.
I will just also share that our ombuds, Lauren, is capturing all of the public comments and questions that came up today. So we will be sharing that with all of you and hoping to get answers to the many questions that came up today.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Unless there's anything else from the board, I'll move right into agenda item number 5, which is the public comments on the BES proposed metrics for the hazardous waste management program. So at our March 19th board meeting, the board moved to delay a vote on the proposed metrics as the subcommittee continues to work with DTSC staff to refine these metrics and incorporate public feedback. So today, our executive officer, Swati Sharma, will provide an update on the subcommittee's proposed metrics for the hazardous waste management program. The board will not be taking a decision on the proposed metrics at this meeting, but we're also seeking public input on this as well. So over to you, Swati.
Great, thank you, Chair Rakestraw. So Senate Bill 158 requires the formation of board subcommittee to focus on a specific issue, conduct detailed evaluation, and provide recommendations to the board. The metrics subcommittee was formed to develop and evaluate department program metrics in collaboration with the department. The subcommittee consists of board members Sushma Bhatia and Ingrid Brostrom, also includes myself and senior board staff engineer Linda Ocampo. This team has worked closely with DTSC to ensure that our proposed metrics are effective in assessing the program's performance and providing transparency to the public. The BES Metrics Subcommittee is responsible for setting program metrics that help the board, stakeholders, and community members understand program effectiveness. Our approach involves assessing key program functions while engaging with stakeholders to gather input. We started this process with the hazardous waste management program and will later expand to other focus areas. As I previously covered at the March board meeting, our team identified and evaluated 11 of the hazardous waste management existing program metrics that are tracked in DTSC's strategic plan dashboard. We reviewed and assessed the internal metrics to gain insight into its internal process, and we analyzed the intent of existing metrics and, when necessary, proposed alternative metrics to better capture the intent. The subcommittee also developed additional metrics to measure key aspects of the program that were not previously tracked on the dashboard. To establish this preliminary recommendation, the subcommittee focused on elevating the most critical metrics, ensuring that each metric provided meaningful insight for stakeholders, effectively measured program outcomes, and was relevant to regulatory requirements, and also evaluated the extent of resources required to implement recommended modifications or to new metrics. To refine the metrics further, we conducted a public workshop on January 29th, and we also held public comments during our last March board meeting, and we also individually met with stakeholders where we considered metric-specific and process-wide comments and suggestions. This is intended to be a starting point of ongoing reporting as it relates to metrics with BES and DTSC, and we're committed to refining them over time to ensure that they remain effective, relevant, and meaningful. All of that to say, the public comment period has been extended through April 30th. This extension was added in response to comments heard at the March 19th BES meeting, with several folks emphasized the need for more stakeholder engagement. We sent out an e-blast on April 2nd to everyone on our email list to notify of the extended public comment period. And since our last board meeting, we've received interest from one stakeholder, and we're hoping to hear from more of you. In response to the multiple requests for qualitative metrics, we recognize that they can add valuable context and can be complemented with quantitative metrics. Right now, we would need to create a clear framework to ensure qualitative information can be integrated in consistent and meaningful way, since qualitative data can be subjective. We are open to input on tools or examples of evaluation models used in other agencies. Again, this is a key opportunity to shape the metrics for DTSC's hazardous waste management program. Especially if there are metrics you feel are missing or need edits, we want to hear from you. You can send us written comments to our senior staff board engineer, Linda Ocampo, or if you would like to meet with the subcommittee, please contact Sheena Brooks to schedule a meeting. The set of proposed hazardous waste management program metrics will be considered by the board at our next meeting on May 16th. And I'll hand it off to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Swati. I'd like to hear first from our metrics subcommittee members, members Bhatia or Brostrom. Is there anything you'd like to add to Swati's presentation?
I can chime in. All right. I'm going to talk about 5 things that Swati has covered to some degree, but I'm going to re-emphasize them. The first thing is, from a principle standpoint, we are looking to refine the signal to noise. There are a lot of metrics. They will continue to be tracked by DTSC and they will continue to live in the reports and the various website pages. Through this new version of KPI dashboard, we are trying to refine the most critical ones and prioritize them. Number 2, as much as possible, focus on the outcomes and not the outputs. There's a lot of interim outputs that DTSC generates. We are trying to get our focus clearer on the outcomes that DTSC's work is leading to. Third is we're looking to use the metrics as a way to not just provide transparency, but also serve our oversight function as a board. Fourth is very much a continual improvement project. This is a starting point. Once we vote on it, it doesn't mean that that's the only time we look at metrics. We're going to continue to receive input and we'll continue to consider all the feedback that we receive to make improvements. And lastly, we heard from you in previous discussions about metrics versus goals or targets. What we said then, and I will repeat now, is that this is the starting point for the metrics. Eventually, the board, we might adopt some targets against those metrics. We're not there yet. Now we're surfacing the data that then gives us insights on how we might do target setting.
Yeah, I don't have too much to add. You know, I agree very much with what has been said, and just want to reiterate, you know, that we heard the input at our last meeting that, you know, folks wanted more opportunity to weigh in, and really hope to hear and be able to review suggestions. We're very open to feedback and concrete suggestions for potential inclusion, and we are taking it very seriously. So definitely encourage folks to take the opportunity, and we look forward to reviewing the suggestions and you know, integrating them where it makes sense. And so yeah, that is all I have. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Member Brostrom. Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker or Member Gomez, anything to add or questions? Okay. So we will now open up the floor for public comments on this agenda item. Courtney, over to you.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. We're going to open the floor for public comments regarding agenda item number 5, public comments on VES proposed metrics for the hazardous waste management program. We will start with our in-person participants first. If someone would like to make a comment on this agenda item, please raise your hand. Please, if you wouldn't mind coming up to the podium, we would love to hear your comment. Thank you so much. We have the mic on for you, so when you're ready, you'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and affiliation.
I hope this is, my name is Maureen Brennan. I live in Rodeo, and I'm part of the Sunflower Alliance, and I have concerns about some of the metrics that we're talking about here. I'm also a member of the Contra Costa Hazardous Materials Commission, but I speak to you as a private citizen. Last year, our commission invited speakers from DTS to help us review the new DTSC waste management plan. To my recollection, this idea of opening up municipal landfill sites to toxic waste was not discussed. And this is a huge surprise, even for those who try to watch the fox in the hen house, right? So we reduce our toxic waste by redistributing it to more communities. Doesn't make sense to me. Truly, this is a problem that Kettleman City and Buttonwillow communities cannot contain our toxic waste. These huge fires, north and south, create new volumes of toxic waste. Kellerman Canyon in Contra Costa County received a large volume of radioactive waste from Hunters Point. Real people live near these landfill sites. This is not the right solution to spread toxic waste over a broader geography. Please go back to the drawing board. Develop a different plan for toxic waste that does not include municipal landfills. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else in person that would like to make a comment on this item? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and move to our remote participants on Zoom. We have a few hands raised, so we will start in the order in which the hands were raised. So Norbert Dahl, we're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation. You will have 3 minutes. Please state your name and affiliation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. I'm Norbert Dahl. I'm an advisor to the Albion Bridge Stewards, an NGO organized more than a decade ago to preserve the iconic and listed historic Albion River Bridge, the nearby Salmon Creek Bridge, both on Coast Highway 1 in Mendocino County, and to protect and restore the coastal environment, including locally, but also regionally and for all people in California. In earlier stages of my career, I was the Sierra Club's California Coastal and Land Use Representative and a member of the IUCN World Conservation Union's Commission on Environmental Strategy and Planning. First, Mr. Chairman, congratulations, and as my mother would have said, condolences on your appointment to the board and as chairman. Today's LA Times noted that Los Angeles is replete with soils that have been contaminated with toxic materials, including, but not limited to, lead and zinc at concentrations that exceed the state's regulatory maxima. But LA is not unique. You and the board's challenges are accordingly daunting, even for the world's fourth largest economy, and addressing them equitably, inclusively from the beginning, and transparently is therefore of the essence. Second, regarding this item number 5, the proposed metrics for the hazardous waste management program lack an essential quantitative component without which measurement is really virtually impossible. And in my entire life, academically and professionally since then, quantification has been a key part of what I do. And what is missing is the identification and characterization of the toxin-contaminated sites throughout rural as well as metropolitan California, from Kettleman City and Buttonwillow to Albion and beyond. That alone can serve as the necessary baseline for tracking the performance of the board, the department, to timely, successfully, sustainably, and efficiently remediate these contaminated sites. And the Albion Bridge Stewards would add, without creating substantial new impacts on other resources. The stewards will further address these points in writing. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. We're going to continue with our Zoom participants for the public comments on this item, agenda item number 5, the public comments specifically to the BES proposed metrics for the hazardous waste management program. If your hand is not yet raised, you still have time to raise your virtual hand or press *9 on your phone. Okay, next we'll go to Miguel Elatorre. We're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and affiliation.
Hello, everyone. This is Miguel Alatorre. I'm the Executive Director of the Unidos Network here in Kettleman City. On behalf of this particular item, I just want to remind people and reiterate that I didn't see anything adequate or of substance when it comes to the cumulative health impacts criteria. And I'm just really curious what we're going to do to help address that, what we can do as community members to ensure that all those things are taken into account when it comes to this hazardous waste problem that we have. Because we, as everyone knows, as we've said many, many times, we're home to the largest hazardous waste landfill on the West Coast, but we also have a lot of other pollution that goes along with it. It's truck traffic. It's the fact that our community is divided in half by a highway. We just came ourselves from a tour of our local biosolids facility. We have a lot of the old oil infrastructure where there's exploratory fracking, where there's idle wells, uncapped wells. Those are all things that I feel should be taken into account together, as they definitely contribute to the degradation of our community's health. So I really want to reiterate and make sure that you guys recognize that point for us, because I know that a lot of you on the BES board, all of you, you really do care about our communities, and you really have been very helpful. And so we're asking you for help again. Please put these protections in for us. Make sure they're reiterated for the sake of our community. Thank you very much for the time to speak.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, Mark Quintos. We're going to invite you to unmute. You will have 3 minutes. Please state your name and affiliation.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Again, I would like to say thank you for providing the opportunity to speak and for our community members to voice their concerns. My name is Mark Quintos Felton with Unidos Network, and I am based in Huron, a neighboring community, and have close ties to Kettleman City. They are not just my neighbors, we are family. Let's talk about health disparities. I'm proposing that this permitting review process be delayed until 2026 at the minimum, on the basis of a lack of quantitative analysis of cumulative health impacts, studies of impacts on the local economy, disincentivizing other industries from moving into the area, and biological impacts. I'm a certified data scientist and a true community organizer. I go door to door and speak with residents about these concerns personally. The vast majority of residents that we have spoken to have all shared the common concerns of a lack of infrastructure in place, from broken pavement to having no gutters, no sidewalks, and streetlights in place. They have unilaterally agreed that there is also not enough green space at the park, and there are no amenities for their children to play together, not even a decent playground. Community members have also expressed a lack of investments into childcare facilities and no investments for any after-school programs and for people to care for one another, so that they can have the time needed to develop a sustainable workforce shifted into renewable solutions. These are not just extracurricular wants, these are needs, so that our children can develop social skills and emotional regulation, support, and development into healthy adolescence. I look around at other communities and ask myself, how is it that these resources exist? Meanwhile, Kettleman City is consistently denied these needs. Not enough trees either to offset and mitigate the carbon emissions. I stand firmly with residents of Kettleman City that go back generations and have seen the lack of compassion that outside entities not from the Central Valley have profited off of weaponizing the pain, exploiting local residents, how they have withheld the green transition to the economy. It genuinely breaks my heart. Again, I would like to thank you, Ingrid Brostrom, for vouching for us, for standing with us on the Board of Environmental Safety. I encourage all on the board to reach out to Unidos Network for any further insight from residents firsthand. We have compiled that data. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. But as a reminder, this is the public comment period for agenda item number 5 regarding the proposed metrics for the hazardous waste management program. Next public commenter, Brian of Unidos. We're going to ask you to unmute. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and affiliation.
Hi, my name is Brian Cadena, lifelong resident of Kettleman City, Programs Development Director of Unidos Network. I just want to say that there should be more assessments done before this plan is done or accepted. I reiterate what Miguel said. We should definitely be considering cumulative health impacts when these discussions are going. So just protect our communities when it comes to dumping this waste in public landfills. And we have been suffering for quite too long, and we don't need more burdens in our community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. A next commenter for agenda item number 5, the metrics on the hazardous waste management program. Ivana Castellanos, we're going to ask you to unmute. Please accept our invitation. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and affiliation.
Thank you. This is Ivana Castellanos with Physicians for Social Responsibility, Los Angeles. I provided some feedback on the metrics at the last meeting, and I thought there was a lot of actually really great feedback from many people about these metrics. And so I'm a little disappointed that there isn't more today in terms of responding to some of the specific feedback and comments. And, you know, I mean, there was a little bit around the qualitative piece. But yeah, I think it would have been helpful maybe to come with some additional options that could react to some of the feedback, or, you know, kind of walking through it and getting a better sense of what the challenges are in terms of turning folks' concerns into metrics. So I'm disappointed that you're moving forward in this process. I don't have too much more to add than what I have already shared previously, but I think in terms of process for future, looking at some of the other departments and for refining these or overhauling these in the future, I really think that there needs to be some additional space where, you know, the board members have the opportunity to, you know, speak with DTSC to understand the range of program activities, the different kinds of data that's collected at different points in time. You know, we all don't have the benefit of all of that information. And so I think an opportunity where the board can sort of walk through some of that, hear some of the community feedback and advocate feedback about the different concerns that have come up with various of these activities, and to align, you know, to as an oversight board, if you're looking at your metrics, hopefully they should be helpful in addressing the concerns that you're hearing the most. And I'm not currently seeing that right now. So hopefully that's something that can be strengthened in the future. And hopefully we can do it in a process more collaboratively with more engagement in the future. And I don't have too much more about that, except I guess following this morning's presentation on SEPs, it's still a little bit unclear to me how tracking the number of SEPs granted will be helpful in understanding the effectiveness of the hazardous waste division. So I think that'll be it for that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, Angela, we're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation. You're going to have 3 minutes. Please state your name and affiliation.
Good afternoon. It's Angela Johnson-Mazzaros from Earth Justice, and I'll just echo what Ivana just discussed and express the difficulty of two things. First, having reopening or extending a public comment period without providing additional information makes it very difficult to know what else there is to say or what else there is to talk about, where the board is, what you're prepared to incorporate or not, and those kinds of questions. And so this is, it's difficult. I don't, because yeah, we've already commented on some of these things. The second thing is I'll just note that this comment period, I appreciate that the board voted to extend the time to make a final decision about the metrics, because I believe that the metrics are important. But I will just note that part of the outcome of that is that this conversation where you're asking us, give us other line item edits, show us other examples, talk with us more about what it is you want to see or how we can do, conflicts with the work that we're now being also asked to do around the hazardous waste management plan. So I understand that time is a rushing river, but I'm just noting that it makes it very difficult. And then the third thing I will note is in agreement with Ivana's comments, the metrics for the enforcement division are all about how the regulated community responded to having an enforcement settlement. And I don't know if that's changed. We've already raised that. I appreciate the conversation about the metrics, but again, I'll just circle back to my original comment. It's hard to know if I should continue to comment on that, if there's disagreement about that. It's unclear. And I think that is why subsequently thinking about how to have engagement that is more holistic and has us participating earlier in the process is ultimately going to be better for outcomes, be more helpful in the goals of transparency and engagement, and is a vehicle and mechanism for building trust between
15 seconds.
those of us who are seeking to work with DTSC and those of us who are part of DTSC. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. The last hand I see raised as a phone number ending in 5528. We're going to ask you to unmute. Please accept our invitation, state your name and affiliation, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Laura Rosenberger Hyder of Friends Against Fracking. We should clean up those toxic waste sites to the lowest possible concentration of toxins, or the lowest that you can possibly clean it up to. But the waste should not be dumped in Kettleman City. We really need another toxic waste dump somewhere other than Kettleman City, like on top of a Superfund site where no one lives. And needs to be like up to date with all the best protection equipment, like a new toxic waste site. All right, thanks. One more thing I forgot to mention. A lot of places, the background pollutants are very high. In that case, the pollutants should be cleaned up to lower than the background concentration. All right, thanks.
Thank you for your comments. We're going to check with our Spanish interpreters. If you could please let me know if there's any comments in Spanish. Please wait while we verify that. Heidi or Leticia? Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, no comments. So that concludes our public comment period for item number 5, the proposed metrics for the hazardous waste management program. Chair Rakestraw, back to you.
Thank you very much, Courtney. Are there other board members or staff who would like to respond?
I'll just chime in real quickly and just say that, we met with a couple of the folks that commented publicly, and we appreciate your comments, and we're happy to meet and have, one-on-one meetings again. Angela, I know we met with you, happy to meet with you again. Ivana, same to you, and others extend, sometimes having a longer dialogue. We can share a bit more on the process and hear from you on the ideas and edits and new metrics that you might have. So again, I invite you all to either reach out to Linda Ocampo or Tashina to set up meetings with us, because we want to hear from you. We want to hear the ideas that you have. We want to get this right. So I will pass it to Member Bhatia.
Okay. Thank you for all the comments. There were a few comments today that were not directly relevant to the metrics for the hazardous waste management program. They were either related to Kettleman or cleanup or some other ancillary issue. So setting those aside, I'm just going to go through what I've heard so far. We heard about the need for some quantitative metrics related to cleanups. Those metrics might come when we start looking at the SMRP program and identifying the metrics relevant to the outputs and the outcomes that DTSC generates as part of the SMRP program, which is site mitigation and restoration program. For now, we started with the hazardous waste management program. So all the metrics you're seeing are only related to the services provided by DTSC within that program construct. So it does not cover all of DTSC yet. Second, we heard a couple of comments about cumulative health impacts. SB 673, we have talked about 673. We've been following up with DTSC about the need to deliver on the mandate in 673. Once the cumulative health impact program is launched within DTSC, we can think about what the associated metrics might be and how to track them through the work we are doing. So it's not lost on us. It's just that once that portion of the work is completed and DTSC meets the mandate of 673, we will then have something to include as part of our metrics tracking. The third set of comments I heard were about how we are addressing feedback received so far. After the board meeting last time, we've since, as a subcommittee, met with DTSC multiple times to parse out the specific feedback we received and how we might address them within our metrics. What we're doing today is just creating more space so that if there are comments you have not already given us, this is your call to please share the comments with us. Also reach out to us. Those of you that have asked for time, we have met with you. Open door, if you want to have more time outside of the board meeting construct to provide input that you have not already provided, please share those with us. When we come back to the board before the vote, we will talk about all of the feedback received and how we are addressing them or not. And if in situations where we're not addressing them, we will give you a rationale for why those points of input were not addressed. But as specific as you can be in terms of reacting to the metrics we've put forward, that would be most helpful to us. Lastly, something I've said before, which is there is no time sensitivity. We are refreshing the metrics that exist today to refine them and reflect the current reality and get them closer to being more insightful for both the board and the stakeholders. This is not a closed door where once we vote on it, we cannot make revisions. After we vote on it, we will continue to update metrics if there's interesting feedback and there's more progress made by DTSC. That's it.
Thanks very much, Member Bhatia, Executive Officer Sharma. So that concludes item 5. We will now turn to agenda item 6, which is the public forum. So we invite all of our participants to comment on items that are not on the agenda for the board's future consideration during this item. Also during this item, BES staff will record any action item or items for consideration for a future board meeting that are raised here. BES staff will also share these with the DTSC leadership team, and then BES staff will report back on progress on these action items at a subsequent meeting. We did receive a request from one member of the public to speak to the hazardous waste management plan during this public forum. And we have said that is okay. But for others, we encourage you to hold your comments until we get to that item number 8, right around 5 p.m. So Courtney, over to you.
Great. Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. Thank you to those who have submitted their written comments to us in advance of today's public forum. Those comments have been forwarded to the board members for their awareness. They have been shared with the board ombudsperson, and we will also be adding it to the official record. We will now open the floor for public forum for items not on the agenda. As a reminder, you can always submit comments and questions to us at besinfo@bes.dtsc.ca.gov. All commenters will have 3 minutes. For those commenting in Spanish, time will be doubled to allow for translation. As Chair Rakestraw mentioned, we received a request from a member of the public to provide comments for the public forum in addition to comments now on the hazardous waste management plan. So I would like to go ahead and invite Bradley Angel to the podium to speak. Thank you so much. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. And Chair Rakestraw has approved your request for a total of 5 minutes to make your public comments.
Thank you so much. My name is Bradley Angel, and I'm the Executive Director of Green Action for Health and Environmental Justice. And I really want to thank and appreciate the BES for allowing me to kind of combine on some agenda topics. I'll be as quick as possible. I have a couple of questions. First, for that I hope the board can discuss and take action on. And my main question, which I've been asking for years and years, having dealt with DTSE since its very first day of existence, is why does DTSE, and I would say Cal EPA, and this is for Yana Garcia as well, who I have a lot of respect for, why does DTSE and Cal EPA think you are above the law? Why does DTSE think it can ignore the law? And this is not rhetoric. Senate Bill 673, as you all know, and as we've been stating for years, required DTSE. This was not optional. It mandated that by January 1st, 2018, DTSE adopt regulatory criteria pursuant to state law, regulatory criteria to consider cumulative impacts and permit decisions. Not only has that not happened, but DTSE continues to move permitting processes forward, continues to permit facilities, polluters in vulnerable communities. It's outrageous. It's also illegal. And it is also in violation of the Title VI Civil Rights Settlement that was negotiated over 7 months, federal civil rights settlement between Cal EPA, DTSC, El Pueblo of Kettleman City, and Green Action for Health and Environmental Justice. It would be a joke, except it's deadly serious. And so we'd like to know what BES, if you will finally do something about this and read DTSC, the Riot Act, because otherwise, and you're all good people, but otherwise you're complicit in this violation of law and violation of civil rights and violation of environmental justice. I want to agree, and I was glad to hear folks from Kettleman City talk a few minutes ago about their concerns, in which we share. And the only thing I would add to those comments is that the permits that Kettleman Hills facility, chemical waste management, and Clean Harbor, so-called in Buttonwillow, are operating on up to 20 years on expired permits, still with no cumulative impact analysis on permits that were issued with racially discriminatory processes, including police violence. And BES and DTSC do nothing about it. I will also add, and it was mentioned by the folks from Kettleman as well, that after DTSC did the bogus and outrageous so-called civil rights analysis that violated civil rights, and this is for the Kettleman Hills permit renewal application, where DTSC hired a law firm, it was the former law firm of the top Cal EPA attorney, not independent at all, and didn't talk to anybody in the community, the public, Green Action, El Pueblo, other residents, other activists who've been involved. And of course, it said everything would be fine. We were all promised a part 2. We haven't heard a damn thing about it, except it's not moving forward at this time, but they still intend to do it. In what century might that happen? So I want to move on real quick. I want to touch on a couple other things regarding toxic cleanups that DTSC and the BES had promised, I think a couple of years ago, up to Laytonville in Mendocino County, where people have continue over years and years, one after another, getting rare diseases and massive a huge, unbelievable amount of people dying from old county dumps that the state has responsibility for. And they're still waiting up there as more people die. We're also, and I think others might comment on the absolutely terrible cleanup, inadequate cleanup at Treasure Island, at the Hunters Point Naval Shipyard Superfund site already, where rising sea levels and rising groundwater are going to flood and put radioactive and toxic waste further into neighborhoods and into San Francisco Bay. What's BES and DTSC doing about that? Not much. In terms of very quickly on the hazardous waste plan, I'll just focus on a couple of things very quickly. One, that you cannot move forward with this. DTSC cannot even manage hazardous waste in hazardous waste disposal facilities. DTSC itself is already sending toxic waste to garbage dumps in Arizona and Utah in vulnerable communities where the people don't even know about it. If not for Green Action, they wouldn't know about it. Where's your pollution prevention program? Where's the dollar signs attached to real pollution prevention, working with industry to reduce the generation of toxic waste? We've been waiting for that for decades. And where's safe alternative treatment technologies? So I'll stop there. I know other folks have to, want to get in, but the bottom line is that I want to remind you that I'm hoping you're not doing like the guy in the White House, who every day puts out executive orders and tells the Supreme Court to take a hike, who defies the rule of law. We expect you and will hold you accountable to comply with the law, comply with civil rights settlements, and uphold your mission. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any additional commenters want to comment on public forum items not on the agenda that are in this room? Please raise your hand. Okay. Seeing none, we'll turn to our Zoom room and check with those on Zoom. Please raise your virtual hand or press *9 on your phone if you would like to comment on items not on the agenda. We're going to start with the phone number ending in 5528. We will ask you to unmute. Please accept our invitation. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Hi, please proceed with your comment.
Laura Rosenberger, Hyder, Presidents Against Fracking. Yeah, my comment is that we need another toxic waste dump that has all the best available control technology, or maybe better than the control technology that's in the other dumps and landfills, made specifically for toxic waste, and somewhere where no one lives, that's not threatening any of our parks or tourist attractions. Where people just don't go, that maybe it's polluted already. And I don't know how you would go about encouraging another toxic waste landfill. But I wonder even what technology is out there, but it's got to be something new and better than what we have right now. That doesn't, and make it really strict with the standards, not allow any pollution to get out into the surrounding landscape. And also dust control needs to be better. So in a hurricane, the tarps don't blow off and all the dust goes on the next town. That should not be happening. All right, thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, Skylar Skoluas, and my apologies if I mispronounced your name. We're going to ask you to unmute. Please accept the invitation, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your comment.
Hi, thank you. My name is Skylar Sakulis. I'm here from Green Action for Health and Environmental Justice. I wanted to expand on something said by Bradley Angel just a few moments earlier. As you are all aware, climate change is leading us towards rising sea levels and groundwater rise that will flood many of our shoreline communities in California, but specifically in the Bay Area. Bayview, Hunters Point in San Francisco, and Treasure Island in the middle of the bay are both contaminated with toxic and radioactive waste from historical naval activity, as well as other industrial pollution at the sites. And DTSC is allowing remediation at both of these sites to include capping contaminated waste, which would leave toxic and radioactive waste at the site forever, which would only cover or contain waste and not protect against semi-permanent or permanent flooding at these sites, which we're already seeing flooding from storm surges like the ones that we saw in 2023 with atmospheric rivers flooding many areas of the Hunters Point Naval Shipyard. Capping and robust containment are not suitable methods and will not keep sites protective in the future, especially when massive development is planned in these areas, when we know that families and future residents will be moving into these areas. We've seen failures at these sites before where the DTSC and the Navy and other agencies responsible have claimed these sites to be clean when they are not. Why can't the DTSC and the Board of Environmental Safety tell the Navy, where they're the lead agency at the Hunters Point Naval Shipyard, to not cap? And at Treasure Island, the DTSC is the lead agency. So why are we allowing waste to be capped and contained at these sites when we know that they will be flooded? They are being flooded, and many of these areas could be permanently underwater due to sea level rise and groundwater rise. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, Shirlitha. We're going to ask you to unmute. Please accept our invitation. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comment. Please state your name and affiliation.
Thank you so very much. My name is Shirlitha Holmes Box, and I am with Green Action. However, I'm here today as a legacy resident of San Francisco and of the Bayview Hunters Point community. And basically, I want to ask the BES to find out how long does the residents of the Bayview Hunters Point community, how long do we have to wait for the cleanup to be done? How many people have to get sick or die before this cleanup is done in a way that is comprehensive and complete? And let me remind you that we're talking about the cleanup started in 1991, the Hunters Point Shipyard cleanup begun. So we're talking 34 years. And yes, we're worried about sea level rise, but no, today what we're worried about is just basic fundamental rights to breathing fresh air, living on uncontaminated land, and being able to have our children play outside and us take walks, just healthy walks without worrying about the contaminants that are in the air, and that the lifespan is decreased by 15 plus years for these residents. We understand that is unacceptable for anyone. That's unacceptable. So I just would like to ask you to please find out, because just in case that you don't remember, we all know that DTSC is the lead state regulatory agency at the shipyard. So, and what is your mission? It's to protect California's people, the communities, and the environment from toxic substance. They failed us. So please, I am asking you, on behalf of the community, on behalf of the residents of San Francisco, and these are people who are vulnerable. We have so many other issues, but I just wanted to say, please have them do something yesterday. Thank you so very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, Miguel Alatorre. I'm gonna invite you to unmute. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and affiliation.
Hello, everyone. This is Miguel Alatorre. I am the executive director of the Unidos Network. I just wanted to ask, this is more of an ask than a comment, and I'm sure we could follow up later, but it would be really helpful to hear from you guys what information we as frontline community residents can provide to you to help us have a I would say cumulative health impact criteria that you guys can help us use to trigger permit denial when it's needed. I think you guys all recognize how important cumulative health impacts is to everything and the fact that it is mandated by law. But I think that we need to go back to the drawing board and make sure that it's enforceable and that it has enforcement at the other end, and that permit denial is something that is triggered when it hits a certain score, or when a Calenviro screen score may be too high. Like, for example, in our community where we're in the 92nd percentile, I think that's definitely something that should be accounted for. And so I'm curious as to what we can do to further that dialogue, and how we as residents can help give you our data set priorities. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, Brian, we're going to ask you to unmute. Please accept our invitation. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and affiliation.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Cadena, Kettleman City resident and Programs Development Director of Unidos Network. I just wanted to say that Unidos Network constantly works in the community, and we center the community's voices in these important discussions that we are having. And as you all know, we brought community members to these meetings before, and to your very own eyes, they pleaded for the help they needed, and they cried in front of your faces. They have suffered greatly, and we would definitely would like to have a discussion on how to work towards what the community really needs, putting them at the center of discussions that really affect them, affect their families. So I would definitely would like to follow up, reiterate what Miguel said, work towards those discussions, make sure the community is protected and they get what they deserve and what they're asking for. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, Angela, we're going to invite you to unmute. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and affiliation, please.
Good afternoon. This is Angela Johnson Mazzaros from Earth Justice. And I just wanted to double back to the board with an update about the SB 673 VSP rulemaking process. You may all recall that in January, Wayne Lawrence came to the meeting to announce that they had a revision prepared for the VSP scoring mechanism, which we have been talking with this board about now for a number of years, since probably the very first board meeting. And I think what he told you was that it's the release of the rulemaking packet was imminent, and that we'd be engaged in a process that, even if we were on the time schedule DTSC had set out, would mean that the new changes would be effective in 2027. I just wanted to let you know that there has been no release of the rulemaking packet. And when I inquired about its status, I was told that they are hopeful that they will have a packet released in early June. The website has subsequently been updated for the VSP rulemaking process, and they're noting there they expect that a packet will be released in quote early spring, in quote spring 2025. So I am just wanting to make sure you have that information, and I want to stress again that this SB 673 process, whether if it's the cumulative impacts process, where in December of 2024, they told you that the next step was imminent, and now it's April, or if it is the VSP component, where they told you it was imminent, that now in 2025, after a deadline of 2018, we do not appear to be that much closer to getting where we need to go to ensure not only that DTSC is in compliance with statutory requirements, but importantly, to make sure we're protecting health and safety of frontline communities who every day are living with the consequences of DTSC's ongoing failures to incorporate these important metrics into their decision making. And as you've already heard, and as you well know, decisions continue to be made and communities continue to be impacted and promises continue to be broken. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Spanish interpreters, Leticia and Heidi, can you please confirm whether or not there are any Spanish comments? And this will be the last call for the public forum, public comment period, items not on the agenda. Okay, wonderful. Thanks for confirming. So this does conclude the public forum period for today. Chair Rakestraw.
Thank you very much, Courtney. We'll now turn to agenda item 7, which is our review of the action items from today's meeting. I'll turn it over to Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker.
Thank you, Chair. Normally we do this at the end of the meeting, but to facilitate the participation in agenda item 8, we're going to move it up just this one time. So I'm going to do a quick recap and then check with our executive officer and our ombuds, and these will appear in our minutes. We established a quorum at 2:01, and next action item, we approved the minutes from our March 19th and 20th meeting, 4-0 with 1 abstention. With regard to the well-received supplemental environmental projects matter, both 2 of our presenters, both Maria Soria and April Rani, have invited direct dialogue with the commenters, and soon we'll be inviting comment on the SEP policy at a date to be determined. And we look forward to providing an update at our upcoming May meeting. Next, we turned to the elusive and longstanding proposed metrics for just one part of DTSC's operations, the Hazardous Waste Management Program, and our executive officer invited direct dialogue with her and our staff. We have a subcommittee, as you heard during our meeting, and we had some very thoughtful comments offered. Public comment, I will follow up, is invited through the end of this month, which is at hand, and this item will be considered at our May 16th board meeting in Los Angeles. During the public forum, we had both comments in person and several on Zoom. Our ombuds, Lauren, will be following up on those matters. And so with that, Chair Rakestraw, that's kind of an abbreviated version of action items for now.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker, Executive Officer Sharma, anything to add?
Nope, nothing to add. Just one update or change. We are having our May 15th board meeting in Cypress, in Southern California, where earlier in the day we'll have kind of board business, and then we will have the 3rd Hazardous Waste Management Plan hearing. I'll reiterate this information later today also, starting at 5:30, and we'll go into the evening.
We do have Member Brostrom's hand is raised as well.
Member Brostrom, over to you.
Oh, thank you. I was just wondering, given public comment, whether I could add an additional potential action item, which we heard a couple of commenters that were curious about the timelines for the VSP revision update and the status of SB 673. I too am interested in hearing more about where we are, given what we've heard in past meetings. So I'm wondering if we can add an action item to get some further response on the timeline and status of both the VSP revision and 673 regs. Thanks.
Okay, noted. Okay. Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. It is now 4:13. Would you like to call for a break?
Thank you, Courtney. Yes, let's take a break and we will reconvene at 5 p.m. Where we will begin the second hearing on DTSC's draft hazardous waste management plan.
Thank you, everyone. Before we take our break, for those joining us in person, can I please get a show of hands of those that want to comment on agenda item number 8, the hazardous waste management plan hearing? For those that have not yet received a numbered card, we do have a BS staff person that can come around and give you one. So if you haven't received a numbered card but would like to comment for agenda item number 8, please raise your hand. Okay, great. We'll be keeping an eye out for that. The numbered cards are the order in which we will hear public comment for the hearing. For our Zoom and telephone participants, please raise your virtual hands or press *9 on your phone just so we can get an idea of who would like to comment. And I'll give that a moment. So it looks like 4 so far. Okay, staying at 4, thank you. And again, we will definitely open this back up. This is just to get an idea of how many public commenters we have. So 5 via Zoom. Thank you very much. We can lower the hands now. Thank you all. We will take our break now and we will return at 5 p.m. Thank you. Okay, it is 5 p.m. Chair Rakestraw.
Thank you very much, Courtney. We will now continue with the second hazardous waste management plan hearing. The first hearing took place on March 20th in Fresno, where we heard from many community members on DTSC's draft plan. Since our Fresno meeting and at the Fresno meeting, the board received several requests to hold a 4th hearing. So I'm happy to announce that we will schedule a 4th hearing, which will be part of our July 15th to 16th meeting in Sacramento, while the board vote on this hazardous waste management plan will take place at a meeting after July. These plan hearings are your opportunity to share comments and recommendations before the board votes on the plan. As far as the run of show for today, we will first hear from members Bhatia and Brostrom, who are on the subcommittee on the hazardous waste management plan. Next, we received a request in advance of this hearing from several local elected officials to speak early due to various scheduling conflicts. So we'll hear from those officials. Following their statements, the board's executive officer, Swati Sharma, will provide a brief overview of the hazardous waste management plan and the tentative timeline going forward. The board will then be presented with the goals of the draft plan by members of DTSC's hazardous waste management program, which includes Gabriela Nepomuceno, branch chief of the hazardous waste management program, Ryan Dominguez, supervising hazardous substances engineer, and Kayla Kuhl, hazardous substance engineer, and Spencer Everhard, environmental scientist. After that presentation, we will open it up for board discussion and public comment. So I will now turn it to board member Bhatia. Board member Brostrom, over to you.
Sukma, were you going to start?
Okay, why don't I kick off and then I'll hand it over to you. Okay, so just as a recap, board member Brostrom and I have been part of the Hazardous Waste Management Program Subcommittee. We have been working with DTSC's Hazardous Waste Management Program team to provide input and to assess their progress in light of the mandate laid out in 158. Some of the feedback we're going to give you today is not new feedback. It's feedback we've shared in our subcommittee context, but we're going to more systematically lay them out today so that you have that context in mind as you listen to DTSC's presentation. So first, let's start by talking about what our expectation was coming into this conversation with DTSC about the hazardous waste management plan. So the hazardous waste management plan is the very first first of its kind document that was meant to serve as a strategic guiding document that governs or dictates how we manage hazardous waste in California. And we were expecting that it would lay out a bold vision for hazardous waste management, and it would also provide some very pointed recommendations on what we need to do as a state to drive reductions. And in order to make this happen, we envisioned that the hazardous waste management report would serve as a way for DTSC to do all of the analysis and the discovery of data that would inform the plan and the recommendations in the plan. So that means the report itself would have the data, and then the plan would have the pointed recommendations that flow from the data. But today, what we feel like we're seeing is a mix of a plan of plans. Essentially, the plan calls for even more planning versus providing pointed recommendations for what is DTSC's strategic recommendation of the so what. So with that framing, I'm going to talk about 3 specific feedback points that we have previously already provided DTSC. One is first one is about vision. The second one is about the recommended actions. And the third one is about the uneven treatment of the actions. So I'm going to give you examples of each one of those. First is for the vision, we feel that the vision of broader circular economy and public health, while it is noble, it is also at such a high strategic level that the recommendations that are flowing into the plan risk creating a parallel strategic planning document for DTSC. And it's not pointed enough to say that we, through these recommended actions, are going to drive this particular vision to fruition. So that is our first comment. On page 3, for example, there is a context set by DTSC that talks about how the California Hazardous Waste Management Plan is a comprehensive planning guide to protect California communities from environmental harm through ongoing advancement of state's California hazardous waste system. If you look at that sentence alone, it is not clear that the plan actually drives improvements in environmental harm, because that rationale of how every action is driving the reduction, what metric is being used to drive the reduction, has not been laid out. Second, to the point about setting a bold vision and driving against it, the plan conveys a sentiment of incremental improvements and talks about stepping stones and building blocks. And again, it's not clear that is the most effective way to advance this vision. The second point we talked about was the recommendations. The recommendations in the plan are not prioritized or rationalized. What I mean by rationalized is being grounded in data. Like, why is this recommended action in the plan, and what are the 500 other actions that DTSC considered and decided to exclude from the plan? So that is what rationalization is about: is where is the data and how is this advancing the vision? The second part is about prioritization. Like, if we were able to do a few of those recommendations, why should we identify those recommendations versus something else? How have they been prioritized for impact? That's not clear. So again, page 13 has a list of actions, but again, that framing for the rationale is not clear. And then also framing for how you expect to identify your progress against the vision and how you measure success is not clear. And then my last point is about sort of unequal treatment of the recommended actions. There are some actions in the report that talk about developing short form videos, and that is on the same level playing field as waste characterization or as pollution prevention program. Speaking specifically about the hazardous waste, the waste characterization versus P2, on page 4, DTSC talks about the hazardous waste generation, how that's reduced by 40% since 2000. And then there's a hypothesis that this trend may not hold because there are certain types of waste that are likely to go up, like lithium-ion batteries and so on, which makes sense. However, then you're recommending that we consider characterizing contaminated soil as non-hazardous waste and enabling that to be disposed of in municipal landfills. So from this, it's not clear what problem they're solving. and without, again, grounding in data, without doing the analysis or showing the analysis in the plan, and without stating the risks and being thoughtful about a science-based approach for making that recommendation, it's hard to have a degree of confidence that this is the most effective way for the state collectively to advance its agenda on hazardous waste management. But if you use the parallel of P2, again, through the subcommittee conversations and in the plan, we see the caveat that DTSC needs to figure out an approach for P2 because past efforts may or may not have resulted in meaningful outcomes, and then there's no infrastructure for DTSC to figure out how to reboot pollution prevention programs. But at the same time, that does not carry forward to the way you're thinking about waste calculation. So these are sort of these very broad themes, and you've also heard from us very pointed inputs by way of the plan itself and specific input. I think in summary, from a subcommittee angle, we feel that this plan significantly misses the mark in terms of what it was set out to achieve by way of the mandate and where it is today. Ingrid, anything you would add?
Yeah, thank you for that. And I want to be a little bit more pointed than perhaps what I insinuated at the last workshop. And I want to be very clear that I am not going to be able to approve this plan without significant changes. And, as Sushma said, we have been, talking about a lot of our concerns about this plan for a while with DTSC. And I have to say, frankly, that I've been disappointed that our concerns have not been addressed in any significant or substantive way. For example, we have shared a lot of concerns about the inclusion of a goal that explores using municipal landfills for contaminated soils. We have raised concerns with this goal numerous times, and we have not seen, significant changes to that goal, and it remains in the plan. And it is very unclear from the plan, what the problem is that we are trying to address, particularly with that provision. My entire lens, even before I was on the board, has been that this plan should be driven with a focus on harm reduction. And I'm not sure that the plan does make a sufficient case for the need to expand capacity to the extent it focuses on that, as opposed to some of the other goals, which are more clear in SB 158 about hazardous waste generation reductions. And the report and the plan, if there's such a focus on capacity, there should be more data on how much disposal capacity we have left in the state. And that work just simply hasn't been done yet. So it's unclear to me how we can be making recommendations that are focused on capacity without having a clear understanding, driven by data, on what our current capacity is. And if we're talking about, making pretty large changes in like disposal of hazardous waste in municipal landfills, an impetus of this board and a personal, goal of mine is we have a lot of work to do to rebuild community trust. And, we need to have trust in the agency, and we need the public to have trust in the agency. Both in regulating facilities and in site cleanup and characterization before we have any conversations about such an expansive move. And we've also, just in the recent past, we've heard, about accidental releases coming from municipal landfills. So we've seen problems in the state's landfills, that again drive home the risk inherent in having hazardous materials disposed of at municipal landfills. landfills tend to be close to population centers and tend to be located in vulnerable communities. So, I have heard from stakeholders raising these concerns, and I have heard them, and I myself have them as well. And then again, I've also heard about concerns about air quality, dust, and spills, as well as the adequacy of waste characterization. So all of these concerns lead me to have a very difficult time, accepting this as a part of our long-term vision and plan for the state. So in my mind, DTSC has not made an adequate case for the need to open up landfills, has not demonstrated the benefit of doing so, and has not addressed the legitimate concerns around the risks associated with such a move. So if this provision is not removed, I will not be able to vote to approve the plan as currently drafted. And I want to just note one other kind of high-level concern. Is that SB 158 requires that the plan be driven by long-term goals. And a plain reading of the statute indicates the plan is meant to drive reductions in the generation and disposal of hazardous waste. And there needs to be a baseline calculation of the amount and types of hazardous waste generated and disposed of in order to make recommendations and changes to practices in the state. And the draft plan does not include these goals, in my mind. It does not meet some of the requirements of 158. SB 158 also requires that the plan include 12 specific elements. And the current version is structured in such a way that is very difficult to assess how it meets those 12 elements. And even with a generous read, it's clear to me that the plan does not include all of the 12 required elements as specified in 158. So that all being said, there are certainly things in the plan that I do support, including the continuation of the Cleanup in Vulnerable Communities initiative, the encouragement of developing in situ treatment options for contaminated sites, and reestablishing the pollution prevention program. So there are nuggets of really good and positive elements to the plan. But in total, there remains some significant deficiencies. So DTSC has submitted the plan to the board as required by SB 158. However, there is no stated deadline for the board to adopt the plan. My recommendation at this point is for DTSC to substantially revise the plan in accordance with SB 158, as well as the guidance that we on the subcommittee have been providing so that we can move forward with the approval process after we have a chance to review a revised plan. So that's wanted to be transparent with where I'm at and look forward to hearing from the rest of the stakeholders.
Thank you very much, Member Bhatia, Member Brostrom. We'll now invite the local elected officials to the podium to share their thoughts on DTSC's statewide draft plan. So I'll call up the council members in order. So first up, we have Council Member Ben Bartlett from the City of Berkeley.
Thank you all. Thank you all so much. My name is James Chang, and I'm here as my role as Chief of Staff for Vice Mayor Ben Bartlett. California is facing a housing crisis that has been in the decades of the making. The need for redevelopment and housing production is undeniable. Transforming underutilized or contaminated lands into opportunities for housing is a step we must take in addressing this growing crisis. However, as we move forward, we have to ensure that progress doesn't come at the expense of public health or the well-being of our communities. The current proposal by the Department of Toxic Substance Control raises serious concerns. By allowing contaminated soils to be disposed of in a municipal landfill, the plan introduces risks that are difficult to overlook. These landfills are located near communities that are already disproportionately impacted by environmental challenges. There are potential toxins to enter our water for hazardous materials to be released in the air and for the health of our neighborhoods to be put in jeopardy. While the goal of facilitating redevelopment is important, These risks warrant a closer review of how this process is being approached. We are here today to call attention to these issues and to urge thoughtful action. This is not about rejecting progress, but to ensure that it is done in a way that prioritizes the health and safety of all communities. As Councilmember Bartlett stresses and says, and I quote, "We can build a future without burying the past in someone else's backyard. We've got your back, and we're going to do this the right way." Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll invite up Councilmember Claudia Jimenez with the City of Richmond.
Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon. I am Claudia Jimenez, and Claudia Jimenez, and I am, thank you, Richmond City Council. I am here because I'm glad that I heard some of the same concern that we have been raising to the plan from some of the boards. We don't think that Richmond has adequate land, like wasteland, to receive more waste and be kind of like impacted by that. Our community had been already impacted by pollution from the refineries, from the freeway and industrial activity for decades. Our low-income communities and communities of color have been faced with disproportionately health risks due to the environmental neglect and systemic injustice. And this plan, as it is, it will add to this systemic injustice. A recent report on the toxic waste landfill in Kettleman City highlights how the state continues to shift pollution from one vulnerable community to another. The Department of Toxic Substance Control claims the plan will reduce long-distance trucking and lower emissions, but let's be clear, that is a false trade-off. Instead of addressing toxic waste at the source, this plan just spread it further and faster. This is not a pollution strategy, control strategy. It's a pollution expansion strategy. And I think, like I heard from the board as well, saying that what we need is to really like one of the goals of this is to reduce that pollution and that waste, and that should be kind of like the main focus and the main goals of this plan. And instead of is trying to have a cheaper and easier way to put the waste in our communities, and it put the risk right back on communities less equipped to deal with them. As I said, we don't have the capacity. If you put these hazard waste in our landfill, there is no capacity, and we have already some good green energy producing green hydrogen in our community from the landfill. And trying to deal with that will be a disaster in that way that we are going. So Richmond, and there is 3 city council members here, we are against this plan. We will fight back. And as you know, we have a history of fighting back and making polluters pay. And I think like what this board needs to is to raise to the issues that we are facing today. Our communities deserve clean air, clean water, and healthy environment. And as the federal government tries to push us back 50 years or more in our fight for environmental justice, California and every city in it must lead. We need to protect and strengthen environmental regulation, not weaken them, as the President Trump is trying to do. So I am demanding, and I think like many of the community here are demanding, that DTSC meet this moment by passing a strong regulation, strong plans that protect the health of every California, instead of putting everyone, but particularly BIPOC communities at risk. This is not acceptable. And I, as a city council member, I am going to advocate with my community to not accept this plan, because it's a shame on the DTSC thinking that we as community needs to be dealing with the ways that they cannot really have more regulation and stronger regulation for polluters and big corporation, instead of putting us to bear the cost of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council Member. Next, we will invite up Council Member Igor Tregub. And just for the full list, it's then Council Member Monica Wilson from the City of Antioch, then Council Member Sue Wilson from the City of Richmond, followed by Council Member Cesar Zapata from the City of Richmond, and we'll turn to Contra Costa County Supervisor Janelle Scales Preston on Zoom. So, Council Member, over to you.
Good evening, Chair and members of the board. Igor Tregub, serving the downtown Berkeley community. I was in Sacramento earlier this week, advocating for several visionary bills, including bills that advance the principle of polluters pay. And I had to cut my trip short to come here today as I learned about this proposal. Now, I'm not an expert in SB 158, but I will tell you, in spending almost 13 years at the Department of Energy, where I reviewed and provided recommendations on environmental health and safety plans of various kinds, there is an underlying principle. If there is a substantive change in a program that has a credible risk of harm to members of the public, the environment, particularly sensitive receptors, it requires a public process. I dealt with environmental impact statements in the federal government. Here, I was very surprised, and I will say nonplussed, to learn that there is no EIR that is being provided. So, as a council member, I don't know how many parents I need to tell to keep their kids at home or take them to school at their own risk, because I don't know how many truck trips or increases in such trips will be done under this plan through my district, which includes Berkeley High, or Councilmember Bartlett's district, which includes Malcolm X Elementary right on Highway 13, Ashby Avenue. How many particulates will be, or what is the delta in the particulates and other toxic substance byproducts? What will be the increase that will end up in our air and in the bay? I don't know, because that information, which would be provided under an EIR analysis, is not provided here. Berkeley has been a visionary city. We just became the first city in the nation 2 weeks ago to adopt building emissions savings reductions through a visionary ordinance. A few years ago, we started a national trend in building electrification by becoming the first city to adopt a visionary plan on that. This is going to be a step backwards, and it is not only going to impact my constituents, but it will impact frontline communities in neighboring jurisdictions like Richmond and Antioch. And for all of these reasons, and I respect the work that you do and the decisions that you have to make through furtherance of the process, I implore you to ensure, direct staff that DTSC has a plan in keeping with the comments that have been made earlier, that includes this and other analysis. Because what is being proposed does not sound like harm reduction. It actually sounds like harm expansion to me and the constituents that I represent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council Member. Next, we'll invite up Council Member Monica Wilson from the City of Antioch. Not seeing that Council Member in the chambers here, we'll turn to Council Member Sue Wilson from the City of Richmond. Council Member.
Hi. When I was running for Richmond City Council, I had a chance to knock on a lot of doors in Richmond and talk to families who have been living in our city for generations. And it really was no surprise that they already have a lot to worry about with refinery emissions. And so it's imperative that we don't give them additional toxic exposure by rolling these trucks through the city of Richmond. I knew that the Department of Toxic Substances Control was working on updating the state's hazardous waste management plan, but I didn't pay very close attention to it because I maybe naively assumed it was to make the plan stronger and more protective of communities, especially communities of color like Richmond. I was surprised to learn and glad that other people who pay close attention noticed that there was a proposal or is a proposal to expand the list of landfills that would be eligible to receive these toxic materials, toxic land materials. And in addition to creating problems for the places where those landfills are located, it creates a problem for every city in the state in that we're going to have increased transportation of the materials between cities. And so I am encouraged to come here tonight and hear that this concern that I have is one that's shared by at least some member. You all haven't had a chance to speak to it yet, but we've heard clearly that some members of the board have the same concerns that I do. And so I appreciate that there's going to be increased public meetings on this because I think that's one of the concerns. My understanding is San Jose, Vacaville, Half Moon Bay, Pittsburgh, and Petaluma are at risk of having these materials in the short term brought to their communities. So I hope that they are specifically noticed about the city councils there are specifically noticed about these meetings. So I'm glad to hear there's expansion of the public outreach on this. And I encourage you to not accept any sort of revision of this report that includes lowering standards for where we can put toxic waste in the state. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. Next up, we have Councilmember Cesar Zepeda from the City of Richmond.
I go by alphabetical order. So thank you for being here tonight and for hearing us as we speak for all of our communities that we represent. And many of us represent more than just the communities that we were elected to. We're also appointed or we sit on various regional boards. So with all of us together, we're representing a big chunk of the Bay Area. So my comments, as I've heard already from some of you, I believe that some of you have the same thoughts that my colleagues just shared, and I will be sharing as well. So if they sound a little mean, it's not personal, but in a way it is, because it is our air, it is our families, it is our kids that have to continuously be part of this pollution. Our city is over 100 years old, and I understand that the refinery was there first, but it doesn't give it a right to continue polluting. Now we're here at an opportunity where we can make the right decision before continuing to bring in more pollution. Because imagining 100 years later saying, oh, maybe the landfill was there first. And where does this conversation stop and where we actually turn it around to make the right decision? And that is today. The landfill in the city of Richmond sits in my district, in District 2. And it is a beautiful community.
And the community that sits the closest to it, it's North Richmond, it's Shield Reeds, it's Parchester, it's Santa Fe. Parchester, as an example, is one of the closest ones to it. It's right where the air blows right to it first. It is one of the first communities in California to allow Black individuals to own a home. So it has a history, while not a positive history, but it created a place for a home. Let's make sure that we correct any wrongdoings in the past and that we help uplift our communities. My colleagues and I who have been working together will uplift those communities who have not had a voice for a very, 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 very long time. When I saw that DTSC was having this conversation in the news a couple of weeks ago, my mind was blown. How are we having this conversation where we are allowing for our communities to be further impacted? And in this, I also want to thank you for saying you're having one more meeting to hear the communities. I want to ask to have more meetings because we all love them. But this meeting is very important. And I would not just ask you to have one more or many more, but invite you to Richmond, to beautiful Parchester. I can set up the community room there, and you can get to hear from our community firsthand when they open their front door, when they have to close their windows in the middle of summer because the coal train ran by it. So you've got the coal train, you've got the refinery, you have the pollution coming from every which way. Where can we provide a safe place for our community to thrive? Let's not continue to add more to it. So again, I welcome you to come out to Richmond and to be in that community that is going to be impacted by this decision. The other hat that I also wear is as the chair of Recycle More. And we are who have the post collection and help have conversations around the landfill. So I will be bringing this up to the board as well for further direction. But I know that all of our communities are going to be standing together because what affects one will affect all of us. So I thank you all for your time. And I hope that we stand together in making the right decision for all of our communities in California. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council Member. And finally, we have an elected official joining us via Zoom. So Courtney, would you please unmute Contra Costa County Supervisor Chanel Scales Preston and invite them to speak.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. It looks like we have a couple devices that could be Supervisor Scales Preston. Supervisor, would you mind raising your virtual hand just so we can make sure that we unmute the correct person? Supervisor Scales Preston, if you're there. Oh, perfect. Clapping works as well. Okay, great. I'm going to ask you to unmute, Supervisor. Please accept the invitation and you'll be able to provide your comments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I appreciate you all allowing me the time to speak and give remarks with regards to my community. Once again, my name is Chanel Scales Preston, and I am a supervisor in Contra Costa County District 5. I am a lifelong resident of Pittsburgh, California, born and raised in this community. And it's the community where the killer landfill is at. I speak today not only as an elected official, but as a mother, as a neighbor, as a community member that fights for our community each and every day. This landfill affects the communities of Bay Point and Pittsburgh. This landfill has been in our community since 1992. And if you can imagine, along the northern waterfront, which represents Pittsburgh, Bay Point, Martinez, my district stretches all the way over to Rodale and Hercules. I have 3 refineries in my district. I have chemical plants in my district in Pittsburgh and Bay Point. We are burdened already with the landfill, with refineries, with Highway 4 traffic, with all of this industry in our communities. And so it really disheartened me to even hear that toxic waste can come to our landfill. So I am definitely opposing this. I think it's important that we take out the time. There are already data available if you reach out to Contra Costa County Health. There's data in this community right now that will show you that we are the highest asthma rates amongst our children and adults and seniors, as well as all the highest rates when it comes to our heart condition. We are the highest count of people of color that's dying within Contra Costa County. We cannot accept any more burden. We have to think about this. This is reality. This is human lives. Contaminated soil, toxic waste. We just endured a fire that was in a neighboring community just 2 months ago with toxic smoke coming into our community, affecting our workers, affecting our children. We want to breathe. Can we breathe? As my colleagues just shared from the neighboring communities here in the Bay Area, we are marginalized communities and we cannot take any more. These are not just statistics. Come over to my community so you can talk to people whose children are born with asthma, that have to have breathing treatments every day in order to go outside and play with their friends. We deserve to be treated just like any other community. And this is true environmental justice here. And you need to invest in prevention and cleaner technologies and not bringing toxic waste onto marginalized communities. And I must say, just enough is enough. Our communities cannot take no more. So please, I'm asking the board, please halt this proposal. This is your opportunity to define what this looks like for our communities, for our neighbors. Today, I'm asking you for several more meetings so that we can have community input. You're not affecting one life, you're affecting thousands of lives. And when you're affecting thousands of lives, there needs to be way more community engagement so that people could come forward and let you know they are in fear. We have frontline workers, everyday workers that live in these communities. Please, I ask you to stand up and have courage and compassion just for people. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. And I understand we also actually have Councilmember Monica Wilson from the city of Antioch also on Zoom, so I'll pass the floor over.
Great, thank you. So Councilmember Wilson, we're going to ask you to unmute. Please accept our invitation and provide your comments. Thank you.
Okay, I think, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
All right. My name is Monica Wilson. I have the honor of serving as a member of the Antioch City Council. I stand before you today because I am deeply concerned about a pressing issue that affects us all: our health, our environment, and our communities. Every day, those in our community navigating the perilous heavy truck traffic on Highway 4. We now face a daunting possibility the Department of Toxic Substances Control's plans, which could allow these trucks to carry contaminated soil right through Antioch. This raises the alarm about potential spills and increases in diesel emissions that could ensue. What has been presented to us as a strategy for efficiency is, in reality, a troubling expansion of pollution. This is not an approach rooted in protecting our communities. Rather, it sets the stage for a more toxic environment. We should not be rewarding polluters by allowing hazardous materials to traverse our neighborhoods and endanger our families. Antioch already grapples with asthma rates that exceed the state average. Allowing more hazardous loads to pass by our schools and parks will only exacerbate respiratory illnesses and lead to more emergency room visits, a burden that our residents should not have to bear. Moreover, as toxic waste traffic increases, we risk more than just our health. Property values could tumble and businesses may hesitate to invest in our city. We deserve growth, stability, and a reputation that reflects our vibrant community, not a designation as a dumping ground. It is critical that the Department of Toxic Substances Control shifts its focus towards source reduction and pollutant removal technologies. We need to embrace extended producer responsibility, ensuring that companies are held accountable for the damages they cause instead of laying that burden on local taxpayers. Today's hearing in Berkeley is our only opportunity for a Bay Area forum on this critical issues. You need more than one meeting in this region. After today, this will move south, and we may lose our chance to make our voices heard. Therefore, I urge my fellow regional leaders and residents to unite in this moment. We must demand robust protections that safeguard our air, our health, and the economic vitality of our community. Let's come together and work to ensure a safe, healthy future for Antioch and all Bay Area communities. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you very much, Councilmember, and thank you to all the elected officials who joined us here today. We do really appreciate it. I'll now turn to our Executive Officer, Swati Sharma, to provide an overview of the second Hazardous Waste Management Plan hearing. Over to you, Swati.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for those that have commented already. We appreciate your comments, and that's why we are holding these hearings, to hear your comments. Today marks the second of 4 hearings for the public to share their insight on the draft Hazardous Waste Management Plan. We genuinely value your input, as these comments will directly shape the final version. Details about upcoming hearings in other parts of the state are available on our website. As Chair Rakestraw announced, we will be having an additional hearing beyond the 3 initially required by SB 158. We will be holding a 4th hearing during our meeting on July 15th and 16th in Sacramento. Our 3rd hearing will be in Southern California in Cypress on May 15th. We will have our board meeting earlier in the day and Hazardous Waste Management Plan hearing, which will begin at 5:30 p.m. Like our other hearings, this will be a hybrid event, offering participation options both in person and via Zoom, so everyone across California can access these meetings. We strongly encourage residents from all corners of the state to join us and share their perspectives, regardless of the hearing's physical location. Our focus today is on gathering your valuable insights on the overarching plan to ensure that it effectively reflects the needs and concerns of communities across California. Your feedback will help shape the direction of the future of hazardous waste management efforts in our state. We have also been asked to hold more informal engagement and dialogue with the public, as we heard earlier today. We are working with DTSC on what this will look like, so please stay tuned to our website. And additionally, we are open to having meetings with stakeholders directly and one-on-one, so please reach out to BES and reach out to Sheena Brooks, our operations manager, who can help set up these meetings. Thank you. I hand it off to Chair Rakestraw.
Thank you very much, Swati. We'll now turn to DTSC's Hazardous Waste Management Program. to provide a presentation on the hazardous waste management plan. So over to you, Gabriella, Ryan, Spencer, and Kayla.
Good evening, and thank you for having us here today. My name is Gabby Nepomuceno, and as was mentioned, I'm a branch chief in the Hazardous Waste Management Program's Office of Policy. And I'm standing in today for our Deputy Director, Mandy Bain, who couldn't be here today. So before we get started, I want to thank the board and chair, especially the subcommittee, for having us, for working with our team over the last several years. First on the 2023 report that was mentioned already, and then the many workshops and meetings that we've had leading up to this draft plan. I want to thank all of you who are here today, who are joining online, who have been participating over the last years and months, getting us to this point. So what we've been learning through this process is not surprising. As you've heard, our management system is complex. Our waste generation activities are changing, and we're trying to get ahead of that. We're trying to get a handle on that. What holds steady is our commitment to public health and to protecting the environment. And as we strive to make our built environment greener, more sustainable, more accessible to everyone, we recognize that that brings new challenges to us. And so this draft plan is a step towards getting a handle on those challenges. Not just for DTSC, but for all of us, to think about how and what waste is generated, to making sure that waste and then managing that waste is not an afterthought, but it's carefully thought about and considered upfront. So today's hearing, as was mentioned, is a second opportunity for the board to hear from you. It's a chance for DTSC to continue hearing from you, to hear from those of you who have traveled tonight, who are joining online. We want to know your thoughts on the recommendations. We want to know what we should be considering as we put those recommendations into practice. This draft plan is intended to be a starting point. It cannot change any laws or regulations by itself, but it can open a conversation with the legislature, with the board, with communities, with businesses, with the regulators about what California needs to be able to manage the waste that we generate responsibly. And so with that, I'll hand it off to Ryan.
All right, thank you, Gabby. I'm going to take us through an agenda about what we're going to talk about tonight. I'm going to start with the background of the plan itself and this project and where it comes from. I'm going to talk about the process that we went through to draft the plan. We'll cover a high-level summary of the hazardous waste management report that was published in November 2023. That will then take us into the hazardous waste management plan itself. And we'll talk about the goals and highlight a few of the recommendations that are included in the plan and give summaries and some of the background on a few of those recommendations. We'll go through some next steps. I recognize some of the words are hard to see. We're a bit far away, so I'll try and describe what is on the slide. This is a background, and it shows the timeline of when the bill was passed that started this, SB 158. It was approved in 2021, and that has a couple of key dates in here. In 2022, we formed the unit. In 2023, the first report was due. In 2025, this plan was due, and then it continues on in 2026. So this is the first iteration of a hazardous waste management plan. We have the next report is due in 2026, and then the next iteration of the plan is due in 2028, and so on. So the Health and Safety Code 25135 is the piece of that details the elements that DTSC is required to include in both the documents for the report and the plan. So you may wonder how DTSC arrived at the goals and recommendations that are detailed in the draft plan. So first, the department considered the findings and data and data gaps in the 2023 report. Next, we considered public comment that was received on the report and on the report and during the 16 workshops that we held online and that people attended and provided comments in. And finally, the department did additional research on specific topics that arose in the report and around public comments that we had received. I'm going to talk a little more about 10 of the workshops that we held during the development of the draft plan. These were a wide range of subjects that we wanted to cover. We heard that we needed additional information about, people wanted deep dives into certain subjects. We also presented on some of the findings from additional research that we conducted after the report that was kind of drawn from the report to try and fill in some pieces of information. Attendees during these workshops spanned many types of interested parties. It ranged from about 70 to 160 attendees at each one. One observation that we made during the workshops was that there were consistently new attendees, and we were really happy to see that. We received a lot of great feedback. That trend continues today. There's folks here that have never heard of our project of DTSC, and so that is continuing into this, and we're very happy about it to continue to receive new comments. So we have a QR code here on the slide. And you can also search online to find the recordings of all of those workshops. They cover each topic in a lot of detail. And there's also appendices to the draft plan that are another source of detailed information on many of the main topics within the plan itself. This is the second set of workshops. 5 were on the first one, 5 were on the second slide. These workshops are a long form. They're about an hour to 2 hours each. They provide that deeper dive into specific subjects. I think I already talked about, yeah, okay. So next, I'm going to turn it to Kayla, and we will go on to a summary of our report.
Thanks, Ryan. I'm Kayla Kuhl, and I'm going to be going over a quick discussion of the Hazardous Waste Management Report. Our report was published in 2023, and as a reminder, you can access our full report on our webpage. There's a QR code on the slide there. If you have the time, we really do recommend reading the full report and the appendices. It is over 500 pages long. About half of that is the appendices, a lot of figures and data. But it is really a very interesting read and a lot of important data. I'm not going to be able to go over the whole report, but I'm going to highlight some of the findings from that report. The findings of the Hazardous Waste Management Report are key, and they represent the foundations of the Hazardous Waste Management Plan. The report went into detail about the amount and types of hazardous waste generated in California. One finding was that the majority of hazardous waste generated in California is identified as non-RCRA. That means it's identified as hazardous in California, but is not identified as hazardous federally. The graph here shows the total amount of hazardous waste generated in state year over year. Sorry, the font's a little small, but the first year on the graph is the year 2000. The last year is 2021, which was the last full year of data we had when we published the 2023 report. And the overall amount of waste generating each year has decreased. It's actually decreased by about 40% over the last couple of decades. In that same period of time, the number of generators has almost doubled. We also found in the report that one of our largest types of hazardous waste generated each year is contaminated soil. Now, we don't always want to reduce that amount because what it means is this contaminated soil is being generated often by cleaning up our communities and removing contaminated soil in the process. However, we do recommend that we better understand how we are managing these soils and making sure that we do so according to contemporary standards. So currently about 1.5 million tons of hazardous waste are generated in California and shipped off-site from the generator. And just under half of that is shipped out of state for management each year. Most of the waste sent out of state for management goes to Utah, Arizona, and Nevada, as the graph shows here. It has long been a goal of DTSC that California generators have opportunities to manage waste in state, rather than incentivizing them to ship hazardous waste out of state, or worse, finding a legal means of management. There could also be threats to our future CERCLA or Superfund funding if we do not maintain the ability to manage hazardous waste generated in California. Ultimately, California's hazardous waste should be our responsibility. Now I'm going to turn it over to Spencer to talk about the hazardous waste management plan itself.
So yeah, hello, I'm Spencer Eberhard. I'm an environmental scientist, also working on this plan, and I'm taking over for the next few slides. And I want to start by explaining the purpose of this plan, and that is to be a guide and source of information that can be used to inform hazardous waste management programs for entities, many types of entities, state agencies, legislature, local government, generators, CUPAs, environmental justice groups, and the public to collaborate and build on ideas and concepts. The plan gives us the opportunity to outline goals and recommendations to advance DTSC's vision for hazardous waste management in California. So, advancing the vision, DTSC's vision for the hazardous waste management plan is to continue to drive forward hazardous waste management practices that are protective of the environment and Californians. This is our vision for the state, not just DTSC. It's open to everyone to consider, to collaborate on, to be creative about, and consider new opportunities. We welcome and encourage feedback. We want to hear what people think about it and expand upon that. So that's all to support this vision, which is to move California forward in 3 directions. First, on the left, we envision California supporting a circular economy. So end-of-life materials and waste, they should be considered upfront, and the first choice should be to reuse or recover the waste instead of disposing of them. That's kind of critical to the circular economy. Second to the vision, in the middle, we envision sustainable hazardous waste management that prioritizes protecting human health and the environment. And then finally, on the right, we envision a California in which we are investing in research and innovation. This means we must use the best available science to implement the goals and recommendations of the plan and ultimately put innovation and research into support of the circular economy and sustainable practices. So to that end, the draft plan that DTSC has identified 10 goals for hazardous waste management. These 10 goals also have several recommendations within them that relate to those goals and their sort of actions and next steps. So we have the goals listed out over these next few slides. We can't fit them all on the one slide, and I'm going to go over them. So goal 1 at the top, we start. We recommend promoting environmental justice initiatives. Some are ongoing, some are new, and some will support future work we see down the line. These environmental justice initiatives, we have them as a goal because they deserve further attention and resources. And they serve as examples of how environmental justice should be embedded in our programs throughout the state. We want to shine a light on them and advance them. Goal 2, then, is here in response to public feedback, asking us to improve how we share information. We want to continue that and foster the ability to share information on hazardous waste. Goals 3 and 4 are closely related, so kind of talk about them together, and that they outline a waste reduction strategy that will allow DTSC to enhance reductions that we have identified are occurring. We saw a trend of about 40% reduction, and we want to foster that. So goal 3 lays out recommendations for research that needs to be done to better understand waste generation management to foster that. And then goal 4 discuss is a modern waste reduction program. And that would require additional resources, but we think it's an important program for achieving our vision. So next set of goals, recommendations. Here we got goal 5. Goal 5 are related to studying the possible impact of fee increases and exploring other sustainable frameworks for funding DPSC. Goal 6 centers on how hazardous wastes are identified. And this really is one of the most important subjects in the program. We have slides coming up, and we're going to go over some of the identification tests that we propose to study. And these are identification tests for how wastes are identified. It's critical to deciding how to manage them. But to summarize, we need to look at these tests, and that these tests that determine if a waste is hazardous, and we need to make sure they're up to date with current scientific understanding, and that they continue to be protective of the health environment. If the science is changing, we need to make sure that they still are protective of human health and environment. Now, goal 7 is similar because it's also prioritizing the evaluation of management standards and making sure they are responsive to current conditions and protective of humans and the environment. Specifically, we need to study whether we are managing our non-RCRA waste according to science-backed standards. So we have heard a lot of concern from the public, and we hear you about this goal and we've heard, and we want to be very clear about it. So first, with goal 7, the goal here is to identify and evaluate potential alternative management standards. For non-RCRA soil, there are alternative management standards that would protect humans and the environment, because we've researched landfill design and noted how they have modernized over the last few decades. Instead of only utilizing the limited space in our 2 hazardous waste landfills, some soil could be managed in some landfills that have a specific protective set of standards in place. We have to use our infrastructure wisely, and we have to protect the health and natural resources. And the way to determine how to do that best is to identify what alternative management standards are.
I'm so sorry. I'm going to just have to make a quick announcement because Member Brostrom is not feeling well, and so she will be removing herself from the meeting. So we just need to procedurally make a quick announcement before you continue. I'll hand it over to the clerk.
Great. Okay, just for the record, as of 6:05, Member Brostrom will be logging off and leaving the meeting early. Thank you.
Thank you. You can continue.
Sorry if I didn't notice earlier. Okay. So, all right. So these are the last set of goals. Goals 8 and 10. They relate to the development of data analysis. Data informs what we do, and hazardous waste management process has allowed DPSC to develop more data analysis capabilities for hazardous waste. Goals 8 and 10 focus on building up this data so we know better about what's going on. And then goal 9 is to support facilities in reusing or recovering waste to minimize the amount that goes to a landfill. So at a high level, those are the 10 goals in the plan. Now, next, we're going to go a little deeper into a few of these goals. You mentioned there's recommendations within these goals. So we're going to discuss some examples of the specific recommendations nested within goals. So we're starting with goals 3 and 4. And goals 3 and 4 relate to development of feasible ways to help support waste reduction. We've received a lot of feedback on this subject, so we are going to spend some additional time discussing the waste streams that we're looking at. So goals 3 and 4, they're connected because they make up a sort of 2-phase approach to support waste reduction. So one suggestion that we heard is that the department should set a specific reduction goal, like reducing waste by 50%. And we understand the appeal of a clear target like that. And in a circular economy, the goal is to reduce hazardous waste. But historically, the department has set those types of goals without a clear path or technical basis to be feasible. Aspirational goals like a 50% reduction or zero waste, they create false expectations and foster community distrust when that goal is not achieved. Waste streams are diverse and each requires specific management techniques, and which is why the department recommends focusing on those specific waste streams and curating clear and attainable goals for those specific waste streams. That is why we're proposing right now, currently recommending looking at two specific waste streams that we have on the slide. There are lithium-ion batteries and incinerable waste, and exploring the possibilities and opportunities we see with these two waste streams to reduce them and have a significant impact. So second, we have a lot of feedback wanting to hear about why these two waste streams were chosen and not others. The next couple of slides look specifically at these two waste streams, and we also have in-depth discussions in the recorded workshops we have conducted and linked to in the QR codes on the slides, the two of them linked to two different workshops. So we have provided a summary of the opportunities for reduction during the workshop at the top QR code above. So that workshop introduces our rationale for goal stream 4, which we've been talking about with reduction, and the many waste streams that we have researched before determining why we want to focus on certain waste streams and why some waste streams have opportunities for reduction and the ability to be reduced and others do not. So a big part of that rationale is there are several high volume waste streams that we have not targeted for reduction because there's things to consider with these waste streams that impact and make it so there's not a lot of opportunity for reduction, or their generation is directly tied to other social and environmental benefits for Californians. So first, for example, is soil. Placing restrictions on soil generation or significantly disincentivizing it, that will discourage cleanups, discourages housing and construction. And that's a significant reason why we were looking at that in the first place. And then asbestos is another high volume waste stream we looked at. And some background is that new use of asbestos in homes, it's been banned for decades. So the generation of asbestos, it comes from people renovating their homes that were built when asbestos was used in their construction. DTC does not want to limit these activities because this removes that hazardous material from those houses. And a third example, used oil that we looked at. The quantity of used oil has decreased over time and will continue to decrease over time due to the transition to electric vehicles. Also, more than 95% of used oil is currently already recycled. We believe DTC time and efforts should be prioritized for elsewhere. So to reiterate the two waste streams we recommend focusing on, reducing, and will be discussed here, it's the lithium-ion batteries and incineral waste. So I want to highlight that one other workshop. We recorded a workshop specifically for incinerable waste. That's the bottom one there, the HW Plan Workshop 7. So please follow that up, and it goes really in depth into the incinerable waste and rationale. So I will now start with talking about lithium-ion batteries, and then Kayla, after the lithium-ion batteries, will talk about the incinerable waste. So lithium-ion batteries, they're a rising waste stream. And California has the national leader in the adoption of zero-emission vehicles. And these vehicles predominantly use lithium-ion batteries that are hazardous waste when they reach end of life. So there are also small and mid-format lithium-ion batteries beyond just the ones that are used in these vehicles. And those are also part of this waste stream. There's different sizes we have to consider. The small and mid-format ones, these are like the ones used in your phones, computers, earbuds even, e-bikes and e-scooters that are on the streets nowadays. So we have some estimates on this slide. And what it comes down to is that we're expecting millions of these batteries, and ranging from those small ones in the phones to the large ones in cars. And they're going to be generated in the future. Now, because of that, California and DTSC, we have an opportunity to encourage market-moving programs that facilitate recovering materials in these batteries instead of just relying on the newly mined materials when making new ones. If California does not have a cohesive management approach to recycle, recover, and reuse these batteries whenever possible, then these batteries are likely to end up in landfills or mismanaged. And sometimes when these batteries are mismanaged, fires happen. And we are already seeing these issues emerging. Now, lithium-ion batteries, they do come with distinct issues that aren't fully accounted for in current laws and regulations. For one, they are grouped together under the same standards that apply to other types of batteries. But these lithium-ion batteries, they have unique safety concerns. They're ignitable and reactive, and that's what leads to the fires. And these fires may not be as prevalent as in other types of batteries. So because of that, DTSC needs to determine if current standards are adequate for this specific battery type. And this is on top of the fact that currently we've seen limited in-state recycling capacity for waste lithium-ion batteries. So for instance, there are no facilities in state currently reclaiming the metals from the waste lithium-ion batteries and reclaiming these metals so that they can be used in making new ones. And this is a key step in true complete recycling. We have facilities fulfilling parts and steps of the equation for managing lithium-ion batteries and recycling, but we need to make sure all bases are covered, from the collection to storage to reuse and recycling, so that we minimize the amount of these batteries that are disposed of. So it's for all of these reasons, and that's just scratching the surface, why we're prioritizing focusing on lithium-ion batteries for reduction. So to then accomplish this short-term goal of reducing the disposal of lithium-ion batteries, the draft plan recommends creating an interdisciplinary work group that compiles information on lithium-ion batteries and compiles information on safety, designing with end of life in mind, and supporting infrastructure, like all the factors that impact this waste streams management. The intent is to ensure they are recovered, reused, recycled at end of life whenever possible. So California has an ability or an opportunity to lead, and we need to turn attention to this opportunity by reducing this waste stream and acting with a cohesive scientific approach. We need to understand all facets and then act accordingly. So with that, that's all I'm going to talk about lithium-ion batteries. I'm going to pass it over to Kayla, who will discuss incinerable waste, being the other waste stream we have identified for short-term reduction. So thank you.
Thanks again, Spencer. So incinerable waste is a little less clear than lithium-ion batteries. So just to define it, this is the term we use for waste that is sent to an incinerator for management. Incinerable waste only makes up about 3% by weight of hazardous waste in California, so it's not a large waste stream compared to some others. That being said, incinerable waste is a good waste to target for reduction in the short term for several reasons. In 2021, there were close to 8,000 generators of incinerable waste, so there are a significant amount of communities in which generators are located. Also, typically this waste is a recurring stream, which means it's generated every single year from the same facilities, whereas non-recurring waste streams are generated from one-off projects and don't occur consistently each year. A good example of a non-recurring waste stream might be contaminated soil from a cleanup site, which then once it's done, it's done. Most incinerable waste is RCRA, so it is identified as hazardous federally and must be treated in a hazardous waste incinerator. There are no commercial hazardous waste incinerators in California, and none are currently proposed. There are limited incinerators nationwide, so capacity is an issue. Over the last few years, there has been a nationwide backlog at the hazardous waste incinerators, and some facilities even stopped accepting hazardous waste designated for incineration. The US EPA just released a report that indicated the backlog has relieved, but the issue highlighted that there is a need to not be so reliant on these out-of-state facilities. So reducing this waste stream would help to reduce that reliance. Another interesting thing is that about 20% of incinerable waste generated annually is not federally hazardous. And some of this waste is household hazardous waste like paint or aerosol cans. There may be opportunity within this portion of the waste stream for reductions, and that's something we are currently exploring. So we're looking to identify opportunities for source reduction, recycling, and treatment. We're also exploring both technical and regulatory issues in this area. For example, there may be alternative technologies used to treat some of these wastes on site that aren't currently allowed under our permitting system. There may also be opportunities for recycling that are not currently being utilized. Some of these wastes, for example, may be solvents that are used for cleaning, and maybe they could be recycled and used again instead of being sent for incineration. Now we're going to move on from the short-term approach for waste reduction to the longer-term found in Goal 4. On the slide, you can see a QR code that will take you to the workshop 3, where we talk about our long-term approach for pollution prevention. The long-term approach proposes formation of a focused waste reduction program at DTSC, a waste reduction grant program, and also a holistic pollution prevention program administered by Cal EPA. This would provide more resources to better establish departmental expertise on hazardous waste generation and work towards reduction. However, this goal is contingent upon additional resources and approvals. So in summary, the short term is what we are looking to accomplish in the next about 3 years, whereas long term are goals that we require additional funding to achieve, but we still want to keep those goals in mind. I'm going to change gears a little bit here from hazardous waste reduction to hazardous waste identification. Goal 6 relates to how hazardous waste is identified and includes 8 specific recommendations. The subject was discussed more during workshop 6, and that can be accessed on that QR code on the slide. Hazardous waste criteria are used to identify hazardous waste. One of the main types is called characteristic hazardous waste. These wastes have certain characteristics that make them harmful to human health and the environment when mismanaged. These 4 characteristics specifically are ignitable, corrosive, reactive, or toxic waste. DTSC is required to evaluate the criteria used to identify hazardous waste to ensure that they are using current standards. I'm going to talk more about one of these here, which is the toxicity. There are 9 ways to identify a waste as toxic hazardous waste in California. These tests range from how they may behave in a landfill, certain carcinogens, if they pose a threat to surface water, or if they kill vertebrates like fish. I'm going to discuss the aquatic toxicity test method specifically, because we are currently evaluating this method to determine if modifications are needed. Analysis of this test is also a recent statutory requirement. The specific test method is discussed further in Appendix I of the Draft Hazardous Waste Management Plan. One of the recommendations included in the plan is to determine if this test is still necessary or if a better alternative test method exists. A waste can be tested for this criterion by placing some waste in a test water tank with fish to determine if they can survive. The aquatic toxicity test is problematic because it has led to waste being managed as hazardous that may not need to be. There are businesses that have policies against testing on animals, and if they cannot participate in this test, this results in them choosing to classify potentially non-hazardous waste as hazardous rather than subject live fish to this test. So we're exploring what protections other agencies like Fish and Wildlife have in place currently, as well as potential alternatives that may be able to use a calculation or some other means to identify which waste may be toxic to fish without repeatedly killing real fish. So with that, I am going to hand it back to Ryan.
All right, thank you, Kayla. I'm going to talk about Goal 7, Alternative Management Standards. Now, Goal 7 is based on a requirement that DTSC is to make recommendations for any current waste hazardous only in California that may be managed under management standards that are different from the hazardous waste management requirements and still be protective of human health and the environment. Now, this goal includes a recommendation to identify and evaluate different ways to dispose of specific types of non-RCRA soil in appropriately designed and operated landfills. Now, I want to remind that non-RCRA soil is soil that is considered or identified as hazardous in California, but is not identified and managed as hazardous in other states. It's identified as non-hazardous waste in other states. And this is due to the additional criteria that California has. So this is important because it could lead to more waste being managed in state rather than out of state. This would allow California to utilize its protective infrastructure in state and prevent the management burden from being shifted to out-of-state communities. Now, we do want to be very clear here that DTSC is setting a goal to evaluate current and alternative management standards. Management standards must be protective, and that's the reason why they exist in the first place. But when we say alternative standards, it doesn't mean just declaring something non-hazardous and removing all restrictions on how it's disposed. Now, there's many ways to manage different hazardous waste so that human health and the environment are protected. We need to evaluate the current standards, practices, and technology because waste management practices have changed significantly since the time when these requirements for this type of waste were put in place. Our hazardous waste criteria were developed in the 1970s and into the 1980s. Things have moved along and changed, and I'm going to explain a little bit about that in a couple of slides about how this one specific change, what has happened for this one specific type of test. We've heard from many members of the public who are concerned about what alternative management standards would mean for non-RCRA soil. So we want to spend some time digging into this deeper tonight and go into this topic. So first, I'm going to spend a few minutes on this slide and talk about why are we looking at soil. Now, soil is identified as a hazardous waste, or soil identified as a hazardous waste comes from a few different sources. These include cleanup sites and construction type projects. Now, this can range from a housing development to a cleanup project that uses excavation as the selected remedy, to construction of a stadium, or burying power lines underground for forest fire protection. Hazardous constituents are from contamination from things like previous industry activities, impacts from lead, or is naturally occurring in the soil. Now, as we've heard, contaminated soil is consistently the top waste stream that is generated in California. And we found that over 90% of this waste is non-RCRA hazardous waste. So it's identified as hazardous in California, but not federally or in other states. The vast majority of contaminated soil is generated in the Bay Area, Los Angeles, and San Diego. We've also found that the soil is frequently identified as hazardous because of metals like lead, copper, or zinc. These types of metals have unique properties and they can't be destroyed. And this limits the types of effective treatment technologies that are available, and many are unpredictable. The most effective, predictable, and sure option is often to remove the soil to prevent exposure to a human or contamination of groundwater. Now, our team participated in several workshops that were held by our Office of Brownfields around issues like site cleanups, infill development, housing, and discussed ways that remediation could be made less impactful, less harmful to the surrounding communities. Now, one issue in particular that can greatly affect decisions about how to manage soil is how sure a project can be that a treatment approach will work to accomplish the intended outcome. Now, if a developer of affordable housing, for example, is not sure that an alternative remediation technology will be successful, they aren't likely going to use it, or they may walk away from the project altogether, especially if the technology in question does not fit other project constraints like the budget, timeline, and logistics, like if there's space for soil treatment to take place. The issues around soil are discussed more in Appendix B of the draft plan, contaminated soil reduction. This also ties to the community considerate cleanup initiative that's recommended in Goal 1. The issues with treatment and reduction of this waste stream are also discussed in Workshop 5, which was a joint workshop with the DTSC Brownfields group and summarizes some of the issues that we heard during the Treatment Technology Council meetings on community considerate cleanup initiative that's included in Goal 1. Now, I've included a QR code on the slide that links to Workshop 5 here, so you can watch it. It's long. It's about an hour and 15 minutes, if I remember correct. But there's a lot of good information in there, and it summarizes a lot of issues around contaminated soil, its cleanup, and some of the challenges that go along with it and reducing that waste stream. Okay, I'm coming back to this slide. It's hard to read, but the basic premise of it is what Kayla was talking about earlier. There's 9 ways to identify a toxic hazardous waste in California. Now, I want to unpack that term, hazardous waste, for this waste stream to help us understand what we're talking about. All 3 tests in yellow, in the yellow rectangle, are typically tests that are performed on waste soil in California to identify if it's hazardous or non-hazardous. I'll name them in a second, but one is required by the federal hazardous waste management criteria, and the other 2 are specific to California's criteria. So these are the 3 tests that were highlighted on that last slide. They are the toxicity characteristic leaching procedure, the waste extraction test, and a test to measure the total concentration of a hazardous constituent in a waste. If a waste fails any one of these tests, it is identified as a hazardous waste in California. Now, I'm talking about these tests again here because it's really important to understand how hazardous wastes are identified. They're all for different purposes. So the totals analysis, for example, it's a California-specific test that evaluates how much of a hazardous constituent like lead is in the waste. Now, this test itself was developed to address possible routes of exposure to toxic chemicals, like these routes of exposure could be surface runoff and contamination of water and land and water, direct discharge to waterways, and airborne dispersal. Now, the other 2 tests were meant to determine how much of a constituent in a waste may leach to groundwater in an unlined landfill setting. And that part is very important because that's the scenario that the test evaluates, is the potential to contaminate groundwater in an unlined landfill. So in this recommendation, we're only looking at waste that failed the waste extraction test for specific types of constituents. California established this test to measure the potential for constituents in waste to contaminate groundwater when disposed of in a landfill without a liner. This initiated a question about the current construction of existing landfills in California because landfill practices have changed significantly since the time that the criteria were developed in the late 1970s and 1980s. Waste soil that's identified as hazardous because of other considerations like airborne dispersal and surface runoff are not included in this recommendation. That would be the totals analysis. That's what we would look at to identify hazardous waste that would be hazardous because of those considerations. We're looking at what happens in the landfill. Again, we do want to clarify that the department believes there is a potential here to manage these specific soils in certain landfills, not every landfill. And we should evaluate these possibilities further. Now, after the report, we conducted a review of multiple landfills that already are allowed to accept certain types of hazardous waste because they are required to have certain protections like liners. We heard earlier from the representative from Contra Costa County Hazardous Materials Committee, and I had gone and presented there a couple of times over the last few years, and the last time was right as the report was released in that time frame. And what we had talked about was data gaps in part. And one of the data gaps was, well, what is the construction of landfills these days? There was a term that was used and that we identified in the report of a secure landfill. And we had to go and do some research. And so she mentioned that we hadn't talked about that in our presentations. And that's why, because we were in that transition period. And that's after the report, that's what we started digging into. And it was really interesting what we were finding. The existence, many landfills in the state many have liners, and it was we didn't know that at the time, and so it was a finding that we came across. And so the existence of the liner system and leachate controls should be a consideration in the determination of where it is appropriate to dispose of non-RCRA soil identified as hazardous. These landfills are overseen by multiple agencies, including 2 others under the California Environmental Protection Agency, so the Water Board and CalRecycle. So again, DTSC is not changing the rules with this plan. We're stating that together with the Water Board and with CalRecycle, we need to evaluate the best options for managing non-RCRA contaminated soil. So numerous landfills have been constructed in California that have a single or a double composite liner and have other protective elements such as leachate collection and removal systems, groundwater monitoring, air monitoring, and soil vapor monitoring. Landfills that include these elements represent a different scenario than the one that's considered in the waste extraction test. Based on our review, non-RCRA soil that is hazardous only because of the waste extraction test for certain constituents should be evaluated for disposal in landfills that have these protective design and operation standards. This has the potential to increase access to and utilize available infrastructure that provides protective management of these wastes in many areas of the state and decreases out-of-state management. This could also reduce the miles traveled for disposal and therefore greenhouse gas emissions. Now, if the draft plan is approved as it currently stands, it would not change any existing laws. Now, several steps are needed, and we're in the first, which is to identify and evaluate protective standards. Next, the standard would have to be developed and go through a public process, like a statute, a regulation, or some combination of these. I'm going to switch gears and talk about Goal 9. We discussed a number of the issues related to Goal 9 in the 4th workshop, and a QR code for that workshop is included on this slide. Now, Goal 9 is related to supportive facilities that help reuse or recover waste for use in production of new goods instead of going to a landfill, as well as facilities that treat waste so that it doesn't need to go to a landfill. DTSC can promote recycling by evaluating incentives to drive changes to our current waste management systems that move it to more recovery, recycling, and treatment instead of landfilling and incineration. I'm going to highlight 2 of these. Now, one is to look at how the US EPA defines solid waste. There's a number of exclusions that are intended to facilitate legitimate recycling, and while also maintaining the protection of human health and the environment. Another is to conduct an evaluation of the procedures for new facilities to determine if they need to be changed, updated, or removed. Now, these procedures were passed in 1986, and they list out what needs to happen at the local level if new hazardous waste facilities want to submit a permit application to DTSC. The language in the statute related to this process has outdated references, and the required process has been difficult for local agencies to initiate and complete. A recent example of this is from last year. A company was interested in recycling aerosol cans in San Jose. The local governing body was not able to facilitate the process needed within a reliable time frame, so the company decided not to pursue the recycling activities. Now, this goal ties to our short-term reduction approach. If you recall, earlier we discussed that some of the waste that goes to an incinerator is aerosol cans. If the capacity for recycling those cans increased, then they may not go to an incinerator. Now, the number of permitted hazardous waste facilities in operation has declined from over 400 in 1983 to less than 100 in 2021. While this doesn't directly quantify the capacity for some waste streams, it signals that capacity is not growing for any waste stream. This is especially important to note for waste streams that are expected to grow significantly, like lithium-ion batteries. And so generators have access to facilities like recyclers of aerosol cans. The recent example of a potential recycling facility that we just discussed illustrates the concern identified with the current structure and its ability to support recycling facilities and additional treatment. With that, I will pass it back to Gabby to close us out.
Thanks, Ryan. So to reiterate, I will not summarize everything that my colleagues just said because that was a lot. But I will say this. All of this information is data-driven based off of what we know in the 2023 report. And we recognize that more information is needed. And so you see many of these goals and these recommendations are to seek more information. It's meant to be, as I mentioned earlier, a starting point and to open conversation with everyone here in this room, online, other regulators, with the legislature, all these individuals and entities that have a voice in what we do to manage this waste in state. As the chair mentioned earlier, there's going to be 2 more hearings about the hazardous waste management plan, and there are several more engagement opportunities with us directly, even outside of those 2 hearings. So just to close, if you're not already on our contact list, if this is your first time meeting us today, please scan that QR code, reach out to us. Brian and I both have our business cards on the green and gray tables on the side where you can reach out to us. So you can get on that contact list and learn how you can be more involved in this process. This is such early stages for us in what we're talking about potentially doing in the future. And we want your input. We want your conversation as we move forward. So with that, I will hand it back over to the chair.
Thank you very much, Gabby, Ryan, Spencer, and Kayla. Really appreciate the presentation. So clearly there's an enormous amount of public interest in this hazardous waste management plan. So if the other board members will oblige, I'd like to go ahead and open it up for public comment to make sure that we have sufficient time to hear all of the comments, both here in the room and the many participants that are on Zoom. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Courtney, our board clerk, to facilitate. Courtney.
Thank you, Chair Rakestraw. So for those joining us in person and wish to comment and have not yet received a numbered card, please raise your hand and Evelyn will provide you with a numbered card. Anyone not receive a card yet? Okay. Awesome. So so we'll call people up by the numbers and just depending on how many folks come up, we'll go right into the next series. Thank you for that. We'll call up the series of numbers to line up and we'll ask to line up in the aisle. For those joining us on Zoom, I know a few have hands raised, but if you would like to comment, please raise your virtual hand or press *9 on your phone. If you have joined the Spanish channel, please wait for the interpreters to provide instructions. And I will acknowledge each commenter by first and last name as displayed on Zoom. And I apologize in advance if I mispronounce any names. We ask that your comment be no longer than 3 minutes. The time allotted will be doubled for participants expressing their comment in Spanish to allow time for translation. If you're commenting in Spanish, please let us know at the start of your comment. So I will go ahead and call up our first in-person commenter. So 1 through 5, if you're lined up, or number 1 has been here with us all day, please come up to the podium. Thank you so much. Please state your name and affiliation for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I don't plan to use my whole 3 minutes. My name is David Payne. Thank you. I'm a Berkeley resident, just here out of public interest. I want to thank the board and the committee for the opportunity to say something very briefly. So I don't see how anyone could disagree with the wonderful 3 abstract visionary ideas, or the idea of recycling lithium or solvents that otherwise would have to go to incineration. Lots of good ideas there. But most of the comments have been directed to my concern, because it appeared to me from what I was able to read in the 2025 draft report, that reducing the soluble threshold limit for heavy metals would be a fine thing if the goal was for these eternal unrecoverable, to some degree, once they're in the landfill, metals that are going to outlast whatever liners are there, can start going as non-recro materials into landfills that are not for hazardous waste. It seems like it'd be exactly how you'd want to eventually someday feed those into the groundwater. And I understand that it's got to be burdensome to developers to have to be doing the tests and transporting the non-recro waste. And so if we wanted to pad their profits, that would be exactly a great thing that we would want to do. But if the top priority is to protect the public's health and environment, I don't see how reducing our standards to those of the national EPA is really a move in the right direction. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, please come up to the podium. And please state your name and affiliation for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your public comment.
Thank you. My name is Bonnie Gold. I'm a resident of the city of Berkeley. And that was my husband, the previous speaker. So my concern is with that recommendation 7.2, and with the fact that our current knowledge of science changes. When I was young, I'm going to be 77 next month. Then I was a young person. The movie The Graduate came out, and if you remember, the upcoming thing is plastics. Now we've got plastics in all our brains because of these PFAS that have deteriorated. Okay, so things change over time, and my concern is that what is the best science now isn't going to be the best science in 10 or 20 years, and putting stuff in landfills that have these. Maybe that have these barriers that are good enough now. What happens when those things break, when there are earthquakes tearing them apart, when there's all kinds of things that happen, and now this hazardous waste in a non-hazardous waste landfill is hazardous to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, please step up. And those that have numbers 5 through 10, if you want us to go ahead and line up in the aisle.
So I don't attend these things. My mom doesn't. We were here at 2:00 because we read on the Chronicle yesterday about this. Is the first time we've heard about it. And we're glad we're here because we get to be representatives for Pittsburgh, because none of their officials turned up except for the nice woman who lived in Pittsburgh and happened to be for the county. So we wanted just you to see our faces, because my mother, who has worked hard to raise 7 kids and afford a home in Pittsburgh, lives within a mile radius of Keller. and her kids, some of my brothers and sisters have homes within a mile radius of Keller. And I would say that there are 5 homes. So the decisions that are made as it relates to Keller will impact us. And the reason why we wanted to come here additionally is because there's not a lot of trust in how Keller conducts its business through 2009 to 2018, up until there was like a roiling of the public because of mismanagement and the way they handled waste. So the proposal today sounds like utter garbage that you would expand it to toxic waste. And I understand this is hard business, right? You guys, government has to saddle with some big problems, and there are a lot of big problems here. But the problem that I have as I think about it, and I think about the past problems with Keller and some of the other companies or lithium batteries, is that, as the first gentleman mentioned, there are folks that are benefiting from this generation of garbage. And yes, consumers are as well. But in the 4th largest economy in the world, as I understand it, I cannot understand why corporations aren't helping, that are making a ton of money and generating GDP for this state, can't saddle up to kind of contribute, because the whims of the politics will mean that sometimes you don't get enough money to do what you want to do. Sometimes you won't, so this is kind of garbage. Like, we're all kind of saddled, and you guys are trying to solve some big problems. Limited funding, public, and we're resident taxpayer. We are invested in this community. They bought homes in this community because they wanted for a quality of life. And so the government has to solve it, or it gets shunted to the homeowners and to the residents in loss of lives. We don't want to be another Kettleman. We don't want, the poor SEP folks. I mean, 1.5 million in payouts isn't going to cover the damage that's going to be done to communities. And who's going to take us and pay for her house and all the houses that are lost when that land is nothing? Like, if he can send Katy Perry and Captain Kirk to the moon, my goodness, let them pay for some of this stuff.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Next commenter, please come up to the podium and state your name and affiliation for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your public comment.
Good evening. My name is Ariel McCarty. I'm Chief of Staff at the National Diversity Coalition. Today, we've heard dozens of speakers who feel as though they're engaged in a battle, not a conversation, for their health, their livelihoods, and their communities. That feeling is understandable, but it is not inevitable. It doesn't have to be this way. The communities you represent are not looking for confrontation. They're looking for collaboration. We all want the same thing: clean air, safe drinking water, and a healthy future for our children and families. Instead of spending our limited time and energy debating the alternative management standards, which has overshadowed every other critical issue in this plan, we could be focusing together on real solutions like meaningful source reduction, pollution control, and effective contaminant removal. We have a choice right now to change course and find common ground. By removing the alternative management standards from the Hazardous Waste Management Plan, DTSC, the board, and community stakeholders can unite around shared goals. Let's build a plan that benefits everyone involved, a genuine win-win scenario. We have an opportunity today to move beyond conflict and embrace partnership. Let's seize the moment to create something meaningful, collaborative, and truly protective of all our communities. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, if you'd like to come up to the podium, and for those that have numbers 11 through 15, please feel free to line up in the aisle. Please state your name and affiliation for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Faith Bautista. I'm the CEO of the National Diversity Coalition. Thank you for extending from 1 minute to 3 minutes. Thank you so much for doing that. And thank you also, DTSC, for your plan. I know that's a lot of work, a lot of research that you're doing, and all the workshops that you have done, because we attended some of that also. And for the board, thank you for caring. Thank you for listening to us. Thank you for your outreach. I'm hoping we can do more locally where it can, the people that are being affected the most. But you guys are making changes like doing it, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, where people are done with working. So, and more changes could be done. But thank you so much. So this is where we are. Over the last hour, even the last hearing we had, we have heard more than community leaders, advocates, and residents, all of whom share deep concerns about the alternative management standards proposals. They're powerful voices that makes clear the inclusion of this weekend standards in DSC's draft plan has not only created widespread fear, but also consumed all the oxygen in the room. Instead of discussing innovative ways to reduce hazardous waste of its source or strategies to remove contaminants and protect public health, we find ourselves bogged down in a battle against a proposal that would spread toxic soil into communities already facing disproportionate environmental burdens. This single contentious issue has derailed what should have been a productive, meaningful dialogue between DTSCs, the Board of Environmental Safety, and the communities you're appointed to protect. By renewing the alternative management standards from this plan, we can reset the conversation and begin the critical work laid out elsewhere in the document, particularly efforts towards source reduction, pollution control, and contaminant removal. This is where our collective attention and energy belong. We urge the board to make the right choice today, reject this proposal, and help us move forward together. Let's return to a constructive dialogue, one that truly prioritizes the health and well-being of all Californian communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Next commenter, and for those who still have remaining numbers, please go ahead and line up. I know our numbers got a little out of order there. So thank you for your patience. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Hi, my name is Adil. I am a chief legal officer for National Diversity Coalition. One of the reasons why NDC took this mission was to environmental justice studies have been crystal clear. For years, we have been studying on the impact of environmental issues on low-income communities and marginalized minorities. And most of the studies are very clear why low-income communities or marginalized minorities suffer more, because they have their geographical feature are much more, wherever they live, are much more much more vulnerable in context of how they suffer environmental issues. So in this context, it's very important that when California or DTSC is thinking about an alternative standard plan, when if you talk to a technical person, I can understand why there is a consideration of a differentiation. But for many communities, it's a lowering standard, and regardless of the existing federal or state standard, we still have been communities suffering from asthma and health issues. And talking to a community and saying that, okay, we are going to lower the standards and in the terms of alternative standards, at least how they perceive it in that context. And that creates a genuine fear and panic among the communities. And that is why it is very imperative that TTSC and agencies study in an environmental impact context how these changes, if they are implemented, how they are going to impact communities, especially in the context of environmental justice, how they are going to impact low income and marginalized minorities and biopic. And thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Next commenter. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and affiliation. Thank you.
My name is Robert Apodaca. I'm the executive director of the 200 for Home Ownership. And our mission is to reduce poverty through home ownership, not affordable housing, but home ownership, and also to reduce the many regulations in California that contribute to poor people being poorer. And so first I want to make a comment about what I heard the report. And maybe in the 500 pages, you have a plan on how you're disposing solar panels. But I don't think I heard the big elephant in the room is, what is the plan to dispose the electric vehicle batteries and all those other high-tech hazard items? That's the big room. Now, unfortunately, I don't know if Tesla's being charged for this, and I don't know if the buyers are being charged for this. I know that when I buy a Coke or a bottle of beer or more likely a bottle of wine, I pay an amount in advance, presumably to be used for disposal and not to balance the budget. So, because I know how money moves around in Sacramento. But I would suggest that both the manufacturers, corporations, and also the buyers share in that disposal fee. And so at your next meeting, I'm going to come with a long list of all the things that are not being talked about related to the electric vehicles. Because right now, they're making it sound like this is a wonderful, yeah, it's aspirationally, it's wonderful, but no one's really talking about the true cost, especially when you provide all these subsidies to the corporations. They don't provide that much subsidy to poor people. Instead, they charge them more fees. So I would just ask, as other members of NDC have said, that we have a balanced approach to this, and that we really start to. It doesn't require a genius to think about all these other items. There's a lot of electronic items and everything else, but somehow have gotten away scot-free. And I would suggest that the large number of people here in California that already bought or are leasing a Tesla, that they're off scot-free at this point. But perhaps we can look forward to this bigger issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, please state your name and affiliation. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, hi. My name is Roxanne Zavala. I'm from Time and Destiny Church. I'm actually not from around here, but this is my second meeting. I don't have as prestigious names as you all do or titles, but I'm a resident from a little small community in Sanger. I don't know if you guys know, but we live in a little town, and it is really infested with a lot of recycles and a lot of toxic waste, and they're planning to do more of that in our communities. And it's really bad to just live in the town that is already toxic and to want to put more stuff in it. I'm not really educated in this area, that's why I'm here at these meetings, but I really do want to get more educated. And we're also pastors of a church, and I want to educate my members, and I want to educate my community and what the situation that is going on. Because as soon as we open our doors, it smells horrific. We can't even breathe, even with our doors open. I heard a gentleman say when they open their doors, they have to close their windows. It smells really bad. And I just really want to educate myself and get more information. And I want to thank you guys all for putting these meetings together. But I really do feel like we need to go in more communities and just educate ourselves for what the situations that is going on in our little towns. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, please come on up. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and affiliation. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Pastor Paul Zavala from Time and Destiny Christian Center. I'm out of Fresno, California. That's my wife. We've been married 30 years. We'd like to make it longer. I've met many of you, and thank you so much for meeting me out in the hallway in Fresno. He took time out, and you guys do care, or you wouldn't be here. Thank you so much for your concerns and for taking the time to hear us. But I wrote it's concerning that impacted communities or those close to the landfills aren't given a real voice in these decisions. A lot of them don't even know about these meetings, so we can somehow get the notice out to them where the landfills are. In my community, it's Fresno, and I know where those are. And if the people who breathe this air and drink the water aren't being heard, then this process isn't really fair. because they don't know about it. We deserve a comprehensive study on how soil contamination affects regional drinking water and how extra truck traffic hauling these toxic loads will affect our roads and air quality. Anything less is reckless. My appeal to the board is straightforward. Please take a step back and consult those of us who are worried about the health impacts of this policy. If DTSC can't guarantee the safety of our constituents or friends or family members, then this shouldn't be approved. Let's address the root problem of hazardous material generation, not just shuffle it into more landfills and hope for the best. If we fail to protect our environment now, we will fail the communities depending on it for decades to come. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Next commenter, please come up to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lizelle, and I'm affiliated with the National Diversity Coalition. Thank you. In San Francisco. Our mission is to stop pollution and reduce hazard materials that harm to the environment and communities. If we weren't from NDC, we wouldn't know, or the community wouldn't know, this hazardous issue. Many of us would have known about the critical issue. NDC has shown us the power of education and awareness in fighting for our healthier future. By partnering with organizations like NDC, we can work together and spread knowledge, empower people, and encourage them to speak up, because some people are actually afraid to talk and say something. By education and support from a trusted nonprofit like NDC, we can give them the courage and tools to need to take the action. Thank you so much for
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Is there anyone else in person that hasn't spoken that would like to speak and provide public comments? Okay. Seeing none, we're going to go ahead and move to our Zoom participants. And we're going to start with those that signed up in advance first. So we do have a Christina Hildebrand, who I actually don't see on Zoom. So Christina, if you could maybe message me separately if you're under a different name, that would be great. Otherwise, we also have a Caroline Farrell that would like to comment. So Caroline, I'm going to ask you to unmute, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your public comment. If you could please state your name and affiliation, that would be great. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. My name is Caroline Farrell, and I'm with the Environmental Law and Justice Clinic at Golden Gate University. And I submitted written comments, and I'm speaking on behalf of the California Environmental Justice Coalition, Valley Improvement Projects, Green Action for Health and Environmental Justice, the National Diversity Coalition, and Richmond Shoreline Alliance. In our written comments, we talked again about how DTSC is required under the California Environmental Quality Act to prepare an environmental impact report, at least at the programmatic level, to look at alternatives and cumulative impacts, and to explain the policy priorities that it has laid out. And this is particularly important. I think the DTSC talks about this kind of hierarchy of waste disposal and reduction. And source reduction is the highest priority, and landfill disposal is the lowest priority. But the plan is really focused on maximizing capacity rather than reducing the source. And part of that is because DTSC needs to rebuild its source reduction program, the pollution prevention program that was kind of defunded and de-resourced about 15 years ago. And so it seems like that's been a real setback in having this conversation. And so I think the plan really needs to focus on how DTSC is going to build that up much more quickly and without relying on Cal EPA to reinstate a program, which is going to take a lot of time, further delaying progress. The other piece of this around prioritization is around this issue of the non-RCRA contaminated soil going to landfills. Again, a lot of energy has been spent on this, both in public hearings and in the plan. My question is, how much soil is only being characterized as hazardous waste because it meets the wet test? To me, that seems like if that's not a very large amount of soil that is being affected, then that raises questions about why it's getting so much attention. The other issue related to that is it relies on Cal recycling as well as local landfills to want to engage in this process, but there's no indication that that's true. So are we just spinning our wheels to create a framework that nobody's really asking for and that communities are actively against, which raises a lot of questions about why this is being prioritized? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I don't see Christina Hildebrand on, so Christina, if you are on, just please go ahead and raise your virtual hand and we will go ahead and continue on in order of those who have raised their virtual hands. You can also press *9 on your phone if you would like to comment. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move on with Brian. Brian, we're going to ask you to unmute. Please accept our invitation. You're going to have 3 minutes. Please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Cadena. I'm a lifelong resident of Carolina City and Programs Development Director of O'Neill's Network, a community-based nonprofit dedicated to health, environmental, and economic justice in underserved rural communities like mine. I want to thank DTSC for the opportunity to provide a second round of comments on the hazardous waste permitting process for Waste Management Kettleman Hills facility. In my previous comments, I made clear that Kettleman City has long carried an unjust burden. We live next to the largest hazardous waste landfill on the West Coast, running on an expired permit. Despite this fact, we have received no meaningful investment or benefits. Our community continues to face elevated health risks, including birth defects and respiratory illnesses that remain unaddressed. And year after year, decisions are made about our future without our full participation. This time, I want to shift towards solutions. O'Neill's Network and the residents of Kettleman City are ready to work in collaboration to ensure this process moves forward in a way that is just, equitable, and truly protective of our health and future. But we must start by addressing what's been missing from the process. Compliance with 2016 Title VI Civil Rights Settlement, implementation of a thorough community of health impacts assessment, and economic impacts analysis to understand how the landfill has affected property values, job opportunities, and long-term growth, independent biological testing of Kettleman City residents to evaluate potential exposure and long-term health effects, clear documented benefits for the community, including infrastructure investments, health and education services, and utility support, and most importantly, a process that centers the voices and choices of the Kettleman City community. We are not here to delay for the sake of delay. We are here to propose a better way forward. Before DTSC makes any final decision on issuing a new permit, we call on the agency to partner with our community, and we're extending our hand to start this work. O'Neill's and Kettleman City residents are prepared to engage in constructive dialogue and co-design a roadmap that ensures environmental protections, community investment, and regulatory accountability are achieved before any new permit is issued. This is the moment to do things differently. This is the moment to show that cumulative impacts matter. This is the moment to ensure environmental justice is more than a promise, it's a practice. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, Tarnell Abbott, we're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation, and you'll have 3 minutes to make your public comment.
My name is Tarnell Abbott. I live in Richmond. I live less than a quarter mile from the super toxic Zeneca site. And I've been a member of the Southeast Richmond Shoreline, Community Advisory Group to the DTSC. So I'm trying to speak from personal and a long time advocate for the health of the whole all human health and all animal health. And I would urge you all, if you haven't ever read about or looked into Love Canal, do it now. You can learn from history. You don't have to keep repeating the mistakes of the past. Where I live, it's, on the shoreline, and it's an unlined, highly contaminated, one of the worst in the state, toxic waste dumps that was not a regulated dump. And there's a number of issues that it raises that you can learn from. I appreciate, first of all, the community members who have spoken out and have been very articulate about the dangers that we're facing. Secondly, the electeds who have done the same. And thirdly, BES members. DTSC staff, I appreciate that you have enthusiasm for doing the right thing. But I have to say that as far as I can tell, over my long-term history of more than 20 years, DTSC is compromised by trying to save money for the corporate interests. Hazardous waste requires serious, discrete treatments. And this is not, it's not really clear cut how you're going to do this. Number one, you don't mix the chemicals. If you mix the chemicals, you have to deal with something that you don't know what is going to come out. This is a synergistic effect. It's highly dangerous. This is why you don't want things in your local landfill. You don't know what all these chemicals are that are coming out. You have to isolate them as best as you possibly can. This is why you've got a you're supposed to have a clay liner. It's why, you've got barrels that separate out the different chemicals. Yeah, even the barrels will break down. Excuse me?
15 seconds remaining.
And you want to keep it far away from sensitive receptors, whether it's human beings or animals. And I think this is a ridiculous thing that's being proposed here, that you reduce anything of the requirements. You have to meaningful impact in environmental.
Thank you for your comments.
Means that you take it seriously what people are saying. You don't just overlay it with.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. I appreciate it. Okay, the next commenter, Veronica's iPhone, we're going to ask you to unmute. Please accept our invitation. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comment. Please state your name and affiliation for the record. Veronica's iPhone, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Oh, great. Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry about that. Hold on a second.
You can go ahead and proceed with your comment.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Veronica Aguirre. I'm a resident of Avenel, California, a frontline community that has lived for decades under the weight of environmental injustice. Avenel is home to a municipal landfill located just hundreds of feet from where families live. And now with DTSC considering a hazardous waste plan that could bring toxic material to our community, I'm here to speak not just for myself, but for all frontline communities who are constantly asked to bear the burdens. I want to thank the elected officials here today who are standing up for their communities, but in places like mine, that kind of leadership is harder to find, especially when industry and profit are involved. When I brought my concern to our city council trying to share information and raise awareness about the hazardous waste plan, I was told I was trying to scare the community. I was told not to worry because landfill operator said we wouldn't be receiving waste from the LA fires. But honestly, that had nothing to do with the plan I was even speaking about. This is the kind of oppression and silencing communities like mine face, being shut down, redirected, and dismissed while the grim reality of environmental burdens is hidden and ignored. And just to be clear, most of the families living close to the landfill are retired farm workers and families in subsidized housing. These are the people who have worked their entire lives in the fields to feed the state and people who should be protected, not sacrificed. Today, I'm speaking from my car at Avenel High School, watching a track meet with hundreds of students from the communities of Avenel, Kettleman City, Stratford, Coalinga, and Huron. These children are running, playing, full of life, but just over the hill is the landfill, and they have no idea what's being decided. It's heartbreaking to see these kids, our future, and know they're growing up in a community forced to take in toxic waste. They don't have a voice in this process, but I do, and I'm speaking up for them. I've lived in the community for over 50 years. And I carry an inhaler with me every day. That's not by accident. It's because of the environment we live in. We're often told just move, but we can't. We shouldn't have to. We have the right to clean air, safe homes, and respect. We are counting on you, our state
15
regulators,
seconds.
to make decisions to protect communities like ours, not to protect polluters. Please reject the plan. Let your decision be grounded in justice, not profit. Stand with us and protect us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, Ivana Castellanos, we're going to ask you to unmute. Please accept our invitation. You'll have 3 minutes, and please state your name and affiliation.
Hi, my name is Ivana Castellanos, and I am with Physicians for Social Responsibility, Los Angeles. The plan needs a stronger vision for transforming California's hazardous waste systems, radically reducing generation of hazardous waste and protecting environmental justice communities. The problems presented by the management of hazardous waste are incredibly complex and difficult. But this just underscores the urgent necessity for California to take bold action to drastically reduce our generation of hazardous waste, to transform the way that we develop and regulate the chemicals in our materials and goods, and prioritize the health and well-being of our communities, our waterways, and our environments. We cannot continue to operate by attempting to make incremental changes to our existing framework. This draft plan falls very short of the kind of vision and planning we desperately need to meet this challenge. I would also like to see specific recommendations for increasing investment in research, pilot projects, and implementation of safe alternative methods for on-site cleanup of contaminated soil. I find it highly concerning that the draft plan makes a recommendation to identify alternative management standards for non-rigorous soil so that it can be disposed of in landfills. Earthquakes and extreme weather events like fires, flooding, extreme heat, as well as operational neglect and failures need to be carefully considered. Landfill liner systems can and do fail, and they also don't offer protections for all routes of exposure, particularly since landfills are often located in very close proximity to residential areas, often in environmental justice communities. To protect public health, these kinds of decisions about hazardous waste criteria and management need to take into account all of the worst case scenarios rather than relying on optimistic assumptions. I would also be interested in learning more about how the board is evaluating this plan and whether it has the opportunity to engage with any technical experts outside of DTSC on the subject matter areas covered. This plan should not be approved as is. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you to the board for providing this space. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, Marty Walters. Marty, we're going to ask you to unmute. Please accept our invitation, and you'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and affiliation.
Thank you so much. My name is Marty Walters, and I am a resident of Plumas County, and I'm also a specialist in environmental risk in bank lending decisions. I listened to all of the comments from both March 20th and today, and I really appreciate all of the community perspectives. Ryan Dominguez and his team did such a great job with this project, and they were all really empathetic and inclusive to the stakeholders that participated. I thought I knew a lot about DTSC's hazardous waste program, but I learned a lot through all of those various workshops, and I did attend almost all of them. I've reviewed the plan in detail, and I think the goals are really good next steps. Fixing waste ID and characterization is just critical to making improvements to DTSC's hazardous waste program. So I urge the board to not only adopt this management plan, but to quickly move toward the next step of integrating activities that are under CUPA jurisdictions, especially large quantity generators and those generators that treat or recycle waste on site. I also urge DTSC to develop good tools, new good tools for the regulated community that support compliant and protective waste ID and characterization at a level that anyone can understand and implement. This program is incredibly complex and wonky. We especially need better tools for managing soils, as I see very widespread misunderstanding of the waste ID rules for cleanup waste. The banks that I work with who are financing these properties want protective cleanups with oversight from regulators rather than landowners that are trying to DIY cleanups as they try to avoid getting bogged down forever in DTSC's very complicated programs. So I strongly support that kind of better education and tools, but also the community considerate approaches to site cleanups. We need to understand that managing contaminated land is likely to be a key waste generation activity for a long time as we continue to discover and respond to poor practices of the past. So when you complete your dry cleaner review that I heard about from last meeting, I just hope that you can ask yourselves, what about all those dry cleaner sites that are not on your horizon, and what's really happening with those properties? Really appreciate the opportunity to comment. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Executive Officer Sharma, did you want to respond to, you'll at the end? Okay, sorry about that. I threw you off. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, thank you so much for your comment. Next commenter, Jessica Dunn, please accept our invitation to unmute. You'll have 3 minutes for your public comment, and please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Thank you. My name is Jessica Dunn. I'm a scientist at Union of Concerned Scientists. So thank you to the board and committee. I would like to talk about the portion of the plan focused on lithium-ion battery recycling. We at UCS have advocated for a long time for the broad deployment of electric vehicles because of their clean climate and public health benefits. And looking forward, we really need to prepare for EV battery retirements. So that's why I agree that ensuring lithium-ion batteries are recycled should be part that should be part of the DTSC hazardous waste plan. While I haven't been involved in the waste plan before, I'm very familiar with the topic of battery recycling and had the honor of acting as research support for the California Lithium-Ion Battery Advisory Group, where they had the goal to achieve it's close to 100% of EV battery recycling as possible, create a plan for that. So through that process, I just want to point out that it became clear that we need to ensure that there's a party responsible for ensuring these batteries are recycled because the retirements are going to drastically increase over the next decade, and that there needs to be a system in place that ensures these batteries are safely recycled. So it's without a doubt that California can be a leader in creating this solution. And while policymakers are attempting to pass a bill that holds producers responsible for ensuring batteries are reused and recycled, there is also a role in this for DTSC and the hazardous waste plan. So I want to suggest, that the plan move forward, including a focus on lithium-ion batteries, and that there's a focus on a couple different specific items, including creating a system that can track and report the reuse, repurposing, and recycling of these batteries to ensure that all batteries are entering the waste stream correctly, and also to support reuse, remanufacturing, and repurposing to reduce waste and create a source of EVs and stationary storage that are lower cost and lower environmental impacts. And then lastly, and definitely not least, identifying point source pollutants for lithium-ion battery recycling facilities and mitigation techniques. So just overall, I urge DTSC to include lithium-ion battery recycling in the hazardous waste plan, and I would love to continue the discussion on how this can be approached. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next commenter on Zoom, Carolyn G. We're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation. You'll have 3 minutes, and please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Okay, thank you. Just to confirm, you can hear me okay?
We can hear you. It's a little low, so if you could speak up a little bit, that would be great.
Thank you. My name is Carolyn Graves. I live in Richmond, California. I've been involved a lot in DTSC work along our shorelines because I live less than a mile from the Zeneca site. I want to thank you for organizing this meeting and allowing public comment. It is much appreciated, but there still may be a problem in public participation about this DTSC proposal, because despite my interest in following DTSC proposals affecting my community, I was unaware that these changes would allow toxic contaminated waste to be disposed in municipal landfills. And as many others have said tonight, this process is very unfair to already heavily burdened communities because it is their communities where the existing municipal landfills are located, whether through historical redlining or through more recent and subtler policies which have similar impacts. DTSC says they have evaluated which landfills are lined and had adequate protections to prevent releases of additional toxics, which they now propose to be placed in local landfills. However, I think one of the first things they should do is update their map to indicate which landfills they mean, so that local communities can focus on those rather than worrying that it's going to affect something that's right over the hill. If it's not right over the hill, then they need to know that. If it is, then they can focus accordingly. Also, I live next to a site which is less than a mile from me called the Zeneca site. For 100 years, it was the site of Stouffer Chemical Plant, an industrial heavy industry plant where they produced sulfuric acid, which is still used today. And unfortunately, that results in the hundreds of other contaminants that they just buried there and dumped into the bay, as it breaks down those chemicals and compounds and causes them to leach more into the groundwater. There's no liners at this site, either at the top or the bottom. They've done several cleanups, and it hasn't stopped the groundwater from carrying these contaminants into the bay. And the things they dumped in the bay, it extended the shoreline. All it is contaminants. DTSC refused to test or quantify the contaminants that are in the water, covered by the water, despite the community asking for 20 years. Other NGOs have done sampling, and they've confirmed PCB and other impacts to the fish. So I just want to say that DTSC, they refuse to look at those studies and do their own, and it's burying their heads in the sand, and that's why there's a lack of trust. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next commenter on Zoom, we're going to ask to unmute is Mimu Tsujimura. Apologies if I mispronounced your name. We're going to invite you to unmute. You're going to have 3 minutes to make your public comment. Please state your name and affiliation for the record.
Yes, hi, thank you. Can you hear me right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my name is Mimu Tsujimura. I live in El Cerrito, California. I'm originally from Japan. I was born in the mountains of Nagano, and I grew up in the 70s in a massive pollution. I couldn't go out over weekends in Japan because of the pollution. And many of you may know Minamata disease from pollution. So the issue is very important to me and familiar to me. And I'm going to speak from my heart. And I would like to invite all of you to reimagine, envision, and dream the next phase of humanity. When Kyla Spencer Ryan spoke, I heard words like greener, sustainable, accessible to community. But I think we need to think about how to be restorative and regenerative and how to heal ourselves and the earth itself. Because all of us know deep inside that we are all interconnected, intertwined, and interwoven. And we live with this tapestry of fabrics all connected, all of us together. And if you think about science, science is important, and this is about policies and science and businesses. But science also extracts and divide and reduce humanity to data points. And we are talking about people's health and well-beings and happiness. And in relation to nature's health and well-beings. And I don't think it's right at this point to reduce ourselves to data and manage us so that we can sustain our lives. I think we need to think about how to create a different lifestyle, each of us together as a community, starting with how to clean our houses, how to purchase our clothes, how to show up for each other and grow food together. I think that's our next phase.
15 seconds remaining.
And I like to add, when we decide policies, I think we need to include love and trust for each other. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter on Zoom, Stuart Flashman. We're going to go ahead and ask you to unmute. Please accept our invitation. You'll have 3 minutes, and please state your name and affiliation. Thank you.
Thank you. Stuart Flashman. I'm an environmental attorney, and I'm representing rich citizens for the East Shore Parks and also the Richmond Shoreline Alliance. And I want to start by thanking particularly the couple of representatives of the board that spoke at the beginning of the meeting. I really appreciated their remarks. I also appreciated the remarks of the public officials, and I do appreciate the efforts that DTSC has put into this plan and the report that preceded it. I do think, as several people mentioned, this plan needs to have a CEQA analysis by an EIR. And unfortunately, DTSC is not very good about doing EIRs. It often seems to do negative declarations or even claimed CEQA exemptions rather than doing the hard work of preparing an EIR. There's one thing that's missing, though, in this plan, and that's trust. DTSC has been working in as people have mentioned, at the Zeneca site now for 20 years, and the site is nowhere near being cleaned up. And we see time and again that DTSC makes compromises in favor of the commercial enterprises that want to redevelop the site for housing, regardless of the fact that there's still tons of toxic materials buried there. This doesn't give us a good feeling about being trustful of what DTSC is doing. I entirely agree with the people who spoke at the beginning of this session that the proposals to put the non-federal toxic materials in local landfills is just a bad idea. The wrong idea at the wrong time. It's premature to even talk about that. Other things such as source reduction, such as reducing how much toxic waste is being produced, are much more important than looking to put toxic materials into local landfills, regardless of whether they're lined. As people have pointed out, linings can fail. And there needs to be much, much more study before anything like that is even talked about. I do think that there needs to be a new plan. And I think the general ideas of the priorities that DTSC put in the plan make good sense, but they haven't implemented them properly because the landfill use does not even belong in this plan. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next commenter, Sally Tobin. We're going to invite you to unmute. Please accept our invitation. You'll have 3 minutes, and please state your name and affiliation.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you.
My name is Sally Tobin. I'm a Richmond resident, and I work with several environmental organizations in Richmond. And I'd just like to point out that there is a relatively common trend among shoreline landfills that eventually they are transformed from landfills to parks. And this is true, for instance, at the Berkeley Marina and also at the Albany Bulb. And there was a certain amount of consternation a few months ago when very old documentation was discovered that radioactivity waste with radioactivity had been deposited at both the Berkeley Marina and at the Albany Bulb. And so everybody's probably seen signs around the bay about that you shouldn't eat fish more than once a week. Pregnant women should not eat fish. And I'm wondering whether eventually we're going to have signs around landfills that have become parkland that pregnant women should not spend time here, or that people's exposure should be limited. And I'd also like to point out something that other people have mentioned, and that is that in terms of exposure levels that are safe for people who are being exposed to environmental chemicals or other kinds of radiation or volatile organic chemicals, that in general, the trend is for scientific discoveries to find out that even lower degrees of exposure are unsafe. And so that means that future research needs to be factored into whatever is being contemplated about inclusion in landfills. And so then I'd like to just mention really quickly that there may be concerns by DTSC about their capacity to deal with all of the contaminated sites that are capped along the shoreline, and
15 seconds remaining.
Thank you. And that may be a problem for cleanup or for damaging the biodiversity in the bay. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And I'm going to invite the last hand raised, Miguel Alatorre. We're going to invite you to unmute, and also if we can also just check with our Spanish interpreters, Leticia and Heidi, to let us know if there are any commenters in the Spanish Zoom room. So Miguel, we're going to ask you to unmute. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name and affiliation.
Hello, everyone. This is Miguel Alatorre, Executive Director of the Unidos Network here in Kettleman City. I want to take this time to give a really sincere thank you to the board member, Ingrid Brostrom, for her honesty and clarity. I think this is exactly what servant leadership looks like. And at Unidos, we're really committed to ensuring that communities have a real voice in decisions that impact their health and future. And so we encourage residents and allies from other communities who have spoken today to reach out to Unidos Network. I think Kettleman City does not produce enough waste to justify hosting a large hazardous waste landfill, especially one that provides no meaningful benefits in return for the long-standing harm it causes to our health, environment, and local economy. I think moving forward, this plan has to prioritize breaking these issues down in accessible ways for the local residents that are most affected. I think communities must understand with clarity the roles that DTSC plays and the role that the board plays in safeguarding their public health. Unidos stands ready to support this process through direct frontline community engagement and helping our residents stay informed, involved, and protected. We also call for greater transparency about the regulatory loopholes that allow industries to continue dumping on expired permits. I think communities deserve to know how these systems work, and how they can be changed. We must continue to work together to close these gaps in oversight, or at the very least, get community members the policy knowledge that they need to challenge and overcome these injustices. And lastly, I was really, really grateful to hear today from City Council leadership in the Bay Area who have expressed their support for not continuing to use Kettleman City as a dumping ground. We are a community of beautiful people that help to put 10% of the world's food on your table. And we're really, really hopeful that we can work together to solve the equity issue when it comes to hazardous waste. We really appreciate the concern and look forward to working together towards handling toxic waste with justice, transparency, and accountability at the forefront, and making sure that community resident voices are centered at everything we do. So again, thank you so much for this time, and really appreciate Board Member Brostrom and her transparency with regards to her not moving this plan forward. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. We did receive a confirmation that there are no Spanish comments at this time. So this concludes the public comment period for agenda item number 8, the Hazardous Waste Management Plan hearing number 2. So Chair Rakestraw, I'll turn it back to you.
Wants to.
Sorry, you might have to repeat
Oh.
what you just said.
It looks like I'll repeat since the microphone wasn't on. I just wanted to say thank you to all the commenters, both online and in the room. We're now turning to board discussion. So I will open up the floor for board discussion. Member Gomez, please.
Thank you. And just also want to express my gratitude for the public comment. Appreciate it. I have a couple of questions and then like big picture. And I think I've said this last time. I'm going to start with big picture comments. And one is I see that there's a clear layout of the vision and there's goals. One thing that I don't see, and there's data, right, in relation to where some of this, what type of toxicity or the type of that we have. One thing that I don't see is the reduction goals that we want to achieve. And then from there is the how we want to see it. I still, as I hear the presentations, I looked at the plan, and the way that I look at it, and maybe I'm looking at it wrong, but I just see a document that is a research document to set up approaches and how we're going to get there. So for me, when I see that, and I've been, and that's where my struggle is. And it's a good document in terms of the data or the research that we need to do, and it sounds like that's where we might be, or where DTSC is. I think we just need to say it, because I think that's where the breakdown is. Or maybe it is there. Maybe there are reduction goals that we want to achieve. And if so, love to you staff to let me know where there are in the plan. So perhaps you can answer that right now.
Yeah, are you asking for like a 50% reduction?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I'll touch a little bit on that, and Spencer covered it in the beginning. Having a specific reduction goal right now, like a 50% reduction, there's not a pathway to it. And so we have to go and figure out how to do something like that to see if it's even plausible. And that's where we're at. That was a goal in the past, and it hadn't been achieved. And so we're very hesitant, and we've discussed this a number of times about setting a goal that we don't know if we can reach or not. We need to go and do research to get to that point.
Okay. Okay. I don't want to debate it.
No.
Because I think differently. I think you have to set something to try to achieve something. And maybe that was not the right goal then. Perhaps we should rethink it. But not having something in which we're trying to get to me, this is not a plan. And so if that's what you're going to be presenting for us to adopt, I don't see it as a plan.
So, and we don't have to debate it right now. The other is going back to the reference, and if I understand it correctly, the mention is that it's non-regard because in other states they're not defined as toxic, right? But in California it is. So by us opening that possibility, then we are considering and changing how we define the type of soils that are toxic or not, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's a good question. I think this is one that we've really had to grapple a lot with.
Right.
When we talk about the non-river soil and how we manage it, it would still be considered non-river soil. How we characterize it, the fact that it falls into that category that is determined to be hazardous by those standards.
By California standards.
Correct.
Correct.
That's still the same. Okay. We're not proposing to change that. What we are looking at is whether or not this certain subset of that non-river soil, specifically the ones that are failing this criteria for certain reasons, right? Like really limiting the scope of the material that we're talking about, if that can be managed differently than we currently manage it. Mm-hmm. Right now, our only recourse is ship it to a disposal site, whether it's in California or somewhere else. Mm-hmm. What we want to figure out is, are there other options for managing it? Still calling it non-river soil, still hazardous by California standards, but are there other management possibilities? Mm-hmm. Have we built new infrastructure to be able to handle it and still be protected? Mm-hmm. That's what we're trying to look at, how we manage it.
But the how we manage it right now, at least, and maybe there's more to it, but at least in the document right now, is the how is by placing it in jurisdictional in either counties or cities, right? Landfills. There's nothing else.
That's the question. That is one of the questions. Yeah.
Is there another option?
We don't know yet. And this is one of those things I think a lot of the commenters are really challenging us to ask is, are the options, the two hazardous waste landfills we have in the state, is it shipping it to other states or other countries? Mm-hmm. If we manage it within California, is it municipal landfills that are built up to be able to handle that waste? Or is it something else? So there's still a lot more research that we do need to do. And that's why you see this goal scoped in a way that is rather nebulous, because we need to figure out what kinds of questions we should be asking.
So, okay. So then my question is, what are the tangibles? What are the tangibles that we're saying in the next 5 years? We're going to do this and it's going to reduce this in this plan.
I think one, lithium ion batteries. I think that's one area that we really want to focus in and look at how to recycle them. There's not an infrastructure right now in the state to recycle, reuse, refurbish. And there's a big opportunity because it is growing so fast, and we need to really understand how to manage those things. They're growing fast, and the battery chemistry is changing very fast. And so it's a lot to keep up with. And the main goal is to keep them out of landfills, because that's where they will end up. And so what we're trying to do is identify a system and incorporate and develop a system that will allow them to be refurbished, reused, and recycled at the end of their life.
Yeah, so I'll say for lithium-ion batteries, we admit that. So when we conducted the report, it didn't have a specific focus on lithium-ion batteries. They were looked at underneath the subset of other waste, like universal waste and waste from electronic devices. And that was 500 something pages, and we were sort of scratching the surface of what there's to be done with lithium batteries. So we agree that tangibly, the recommendation is we need to delve deeper into that, create a work group. That's the current next step. Create a work group within the department in the next couple of years, and then compile the different solutions that we've identified for lithium-ion batteries, and then recommend the most productive solution. So say there's been discussion of, say, EPR, like producer responsibility, or what are the best ways to manage the battery that the department can facilitate, and then look at laws and regulations that could bolster those kind of goals and recommendations. So it's not that we're not certain how much we can necessarily look at lithium-ion batteries from, say, you can't prevent them from necessarily being generated because we want to use them in these vehicles and the devices, but just what can we do to bolster their ability to prevent them from going to disposal? And we don't necessarily have a percentage amount that we expect we can reduce yet because we don't necessarily know the exact solutions we want to encourage and facilitate. Is that maybe a little more tangible?
Not quite, but I understand what you're saying.
It's just, yeah, we really...
I'm looking, okay, I'm in, like I said, just for the purposes of time, what I am hoping is that there is perhaps within the next few years, we're going to do this and it's going to reduce this. And I know you're not trying to get there because you're cautious, and I get it, right? But that's a plan. Mm-hmm. That's an action plan. And perhaps there's a second phase to it in terms of, in the second phase would be in the next few years, we're going to explore X, Y, and Z to try to get to this type of new, the current trend of e-waste, right? Mm-hmm. Or this non-recourse, how we're going to explore the dispose of that. That's more like, that's research, right? So that's what I'm hoping to see more in terms of being very specific in the next few years. What are we doing to actually reduce and prevent, and more importantly, how are we preventing environmental, the impacts to already impacted community members? I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, and I just want to comment. I think that's completely fair. One of the challenges, and I don't remember what commenter touched on it, but there's been about 15 years of DTSC not having a look at waste generation. And so we're having to rebuild knowledge about waste streams and different types of waste and processes and industries. So Kayla was talking about the incinerable waste. There's a bunch of different industries that generate that waste. And in order to really understand how we can go forward and set those goals, we have to understand what the processes are and the waste themselves. What challenges did they come into before? So we can try and unlock that. That's what we're trying to do and get set up.
Thank you very much, Member Hacker.
We're going to meet again next month, and I'm hopeful that we can find together a way to allay the concerns that we've heard in our Fresno hearing and here in Berkeley, so that people don't only think of this longstanding, deep effort that you've made as being just about bringing what is currently non-RCRA contaminated soil into communities where people already have issues with their local landfill. And I think it's not as much about TCLP and whether it's going to leach into groundwater, because I don't think too many systems are drawing groundwater from under landfills and serving it in their drinking water system, but rather it's the truck traffic, it's the nuisance elements that we've heard about in our two hearings. It's all the other things that people have as issues with municipal, whether public or private landfills. I would love to take that off the table so that we can use the next two hearings to have the positive, productive discussion around lithium-ion batteries. I don't think we should take 2 years for an internal work group. I think you should realize that these are being generated around the country. There are experts around the country. There are people in industry. There are auto dealers. There are manufacturers. Let's have public workshops and do it a lot faster and say, it doesn't have to be encyclopedic. It just has to be faster and nimble. So pick the things that you can see really have drawn positive energy from all the work you've done so far. The plan doesn't have to go forward in the way it looks right now. You don't have to mess with the vision and the 10 goals and all that stuff, but you don't have to go forward with every one of those elements. And I think it's more of a executive discussion that our board chair and the DTSC director needs to have around, should we pivot at this point? Because having this same discussion with communities fearful that DTSC is going to do something to them is not what you set out to do. And it's not in anybody's interest to keep doing this. We've already had this conversation for about 10 hours between Fresno and Berkeley. And I think we should just allay people's fears. We've heard them. Let's focus on the things that you know are critical to California's economy and are very positive things that DTSC can lead with. We don't have to change half of our stuff going out of state. I don't know why we didn't have a robust discussion around that policy call in the first place. But I don't think we should change the status quo ante and pretend that the fourth largest economy in the world can manage all of its stuff within our borders without having a profound impact on local communities. And so I know where some of that conversation came from, but that doesn't mean that we have to say, oh, well, we decided that we're going to move it in state, because I don't think we can. And the out of state facilities that we and private industry, local, state, and federal governments have been using for years have a lot of good things built into them to manage it in a way that doesn't affect local communities. So I'm looking forward to continuing to work on this. I know, and I'm a bit concerned that you're going to immediately pivot to the spring 2026 report, which is less than a year away. And I'm not sure that we should do that. I understand that the statute has you doing certain things, but I do think we should nail what we're going to do first before you go get more data about stuff. So in a very articulate stuff way, as a former person who worked in RCRA, I never called it stuff, but I'm looking forward to just trying to change the conversation so that people feel that we in government are not trying to do something to them when they're already feeling burdened.
Thanks so much. I'll make a few general comments right now as well, recognizing again this is my first hearing here. So I think, building off of what Vice Chair Strauss-Hacker has just said, I think one of my questions is kind of what are the implications if this recommendation on non-RCRA hazardous soil are not included here? Kind of what happens if that is taken off the table? What kind of play that out for me? I'd like to really better understand that. And then I think, speaking to many of the fears that the public commenters raised here, do we have an idea of how many landfills, municipal landfills, we are talking about here when we're talking about these alternative management standards? Is this a very small percentage, or is this most? Is this all? Just even some sense of that, I think, would allay some of the fears that we're hearing here. The third point / question, I wanted to agree with Member Gomez on some of these questions, or kind of the feasibility on goals related to reduction. And I know kind of there's a data gap there, but what are the possibilities there? I'd like to really better understand that. And then I'll just finally end with kind of a question that I think has been explicit or implicit from the other members here, as well as kind of what are the possibilities going forward into our next hearing on another iteration of this, an update, something that leaves aside certain issues. I do think that it seems that there needs to be some sort of step change in our engagement here, particularly on this issue of the non-RCRA soil. So I'll stop there. Are there other board members that want to speak?
+1 to everything that's been said so far. I'm going to leave us with maybe 3 more overarching comments, invitation for you to think about this. First is, do you agree that the highest order goal is source reduction, and that's higher than managing waste downstream? If you believe that to be true, then we would spend more energy in flushing out what are the specific source reduction targets you can achieve, and they could be by category, even if you cannot think about something overarching like a 50% blanket goal. What might you consider in terms of specific targets for source reduction, if you believe to be true that source reduction is a higher order than waste reduction, than waste management downstream? My second thing is, I think in the second workshop, what I found to be true is we are repackaging the same information and assuming that maybe if you just explain it better, that somehow this report, that there'll be greater alignment on the goals and the recommendations in the plan. I think we're saying that that is actually not the case. Repackaging the same information or explaining it better is not really the issue. I think at a principles level, we're not really aligned on what we see as the end goal of this plan and how that's being presented to us today. So instead of us coming back to do yet another workshop on the same material, I invite you to think about more fundamentally re-architecting what it is that you're proposing by way of plan.
Okay, so I'm representing our BES technical team, and I wanted to answer one of the public commenters. We do have a team of engineers and scientists that help the board members who are here and on Zoom. So just sharing that we do have BES technical staff that support all of the subcommittee work that we do. And that being said, I have a couple of technical questions from our BES subcommittee. So I know everyone's talking about more aspirational questions.
Executive Officer Sharma, can I just state for the record that Member Gomez has left the meeting at 8:02. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, real quick. Okay, so getting related to risk evaluation scope of recommendation 7.2, can you clarify the extent of which environmental and human health risks were evaluated as part of recommendation 7.2, which proposes alternative management standards for non-RCRA contaminated soil? Specifically, what pathways or exposure scenarios were included in DTSC's assessment? And if you need time to answer these, we can answer it at another time, but I just wanted to share some of the questions.
Before I answer that, how much time do we have left? I don't know if we're coming up.
Probably about 5 to 10 minutes, and we need to wrap up after that.
That is a very technical question. So I think if we could take that one back and either follow up with the commenter or in the next hearing, that would give us more time to give a comprehensive response. But I think just because we only have a few minutes, I kind of wanted to take all the questions from the board in stream, if that's okay. So I'll try to do that justice. Chair, to your question about the implications of removing the soil goal from the plan, I think that's something that we would have to really consider. I don't know that we would stop researching it as a question, but whether it stays in this plan or it takes some other form, I think that's where all of these hearings and all these comments are informing that decision. And conversations that we have with the board will have to continue to figure out what that actually looks like. So I don't know that we can say what implications would come from that now, but we're listening and we hear the comments, we hear what the concerns are. You had asked how many landfills that we're talking about. What we know right now is there's about 200 operating landfills in the state. We know that based on EPA survey information. How many of those are built up to be able to contain non-RCRA soil that fails the wet test for inorganics is what we don't know. We don't know how many of those landfills exist, how many of those landfills have the appropriate liners in place already or might have them in the future. We also don't know if non-RCRA soil that fails the wet for inorganics would be allowed to go to those landfills if those landfills would accept them. We cannot force a landfill to take that material. We would have to understand how those landfills are currently regulated, who regulates them, at what level, so state, local, federal, any of those parameters, to understand all the different machinations of requirements that would have to be met for soil to be accepted at that landfill, wherever that landfill may be. So there's still so many questions that we don't know today to be able to answer that. On the questions about whether source reduction is the most important goal and whether that should have an outsized presence in the plan, I think it's an interesting question. I think the struggle about putting it in terms of importance in that way is somewhat of a misnomer. And what I mean by that is it's also the most challenging goal for us to achieve. And so I wouldn't want us to be burdened by putting all of our efforts on the hardest thing if there are some easier things we can accomplish in the shorter term. We have to take a multiple avenues approach to be able to look at source reduction as a whole. We have to look at the different types of waste streams and what source reduction goals are appropriate for each of those waste streams. And that's part of what makes it so hard to be able to set a blanket goal overall, because the metric has to match the baseline too. And that's really what we're trying to look at. We have had one report in 2023. We have this draft plan this year. We're essentially figuring out what the baseline is now. And to figure out where we go from there, that's what these hearings are for. That's the input that we're trying to take in. So we might be able to have a more tangible, achievable goal in the next iterations, but we're not quite there yet. We're still maturing in that skill set. And then for waste reduction goals generally, we've heard about a couple of waste streams that we think we can actually have a marginal impact on. What that actual goal looks like, as Ryan was mentioning, comes down to what is feasible for the industry to have a presence there, right, to make that change. So I agree with Vice Chair Strathacker, that we might be able to fast track some of these things if we can partner with industry, if we can partner with legislators, with other regulators to make bigger changes sooner. We are just one entity in that conversation though. And that's where we'd hope to partner with you as well to bring those people together so we can have those conversations.
That was actually one of my third question. What other agencies is DTSC currently working with actively with this plan, for this plan to move forward? Not only in just community engagement, but reviewing the plan, like which other agencies are you actively partnering with, working with?
We've reached out to Water Board and CalRecycle. In addition, many of the local agencies, the CUPAs. One of our intentions is to do more of that outreach. These hearings and other things take up a lot of time, and so we spending a lot of our bandwidth doing the workshops last year, and the CUPAs are one of the most important pieces of the puzzle, and doing more outreach to them and needing to do more. We have done some. Needing to do more with those local agencies is really important, especially for waste reduction, because that they regulate the generators. And so in order to understand generation, we need to partner closer with CUPAs. And we've started to do that with working with some of the technical advisory groups. And briefly, we've had a couple of conversations and learned from them how our communication can be better with them from our end. The long form workshops, for example, aren't their cup of tea. It takes a lot of effort, and so smaller, shorter, little conversations would go a long way. So that's a long way of saying CUPAs are a big part that we need to do more with, and we've started. Water Board, CalRecycle, some of the other counties, Air Board. And so there's a number that we've talked to.
So I assume as you're having these conversations, especially the risks that fall outside of DTSC's jurisdictions with these municipal landfills, you're discussing what exposure risks there are, what type of water monitoring, air monitoring, all of that is being done. I'm assuming those conversations are.
That's a great question. And the first step in that is what we're doing now, is saying that we need to identify and evaluate what these standards might be with them. And that's that. We can't start those conversations until we can get, that's the goal, is to get there, is the plan is to identify and evaluate. In order to do that, we have to work with those other agencies. We've started those conversations and talked about, the statute requires us to make recommendations for alternative management. And so this is that first step. And now we have to begin discussing with them. And so one of the questions about the risk, we'll have to go and talk to them about that too, because they oversee those facilities. So it's a working with 3 agencies, and that's what we're saying we want to do. And so if that means doing it in that next report, or over the next amount of time, that's what we're looking at doing.
Any other board discussion? Okay. Well, thank you so much, board. Thank you, DTSC, for the good discussion. So that concludes today's board meeting. I'd like to thank our board, the support staff here for their assistance in making sure that today's meeting went smoothly. I'd like to also be sure to thank our facilitation team who are listed on the slide here now. I'd like to thank those who are remaining in the audience, both here in person and on Zoom, for spending your Thursday afternoon and evening with us. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
I so move.
I second. All those in favor? Great. Thank you so much. The meeting is officially adjourned at 8:12 p.m. Thank you.